Can anybody hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was in the right screen because it says Prime Gov meeting viewer.
You should see the live feed just about now. Thank you.
Oh, great. So this is where I'm supposed to be to participate, right?
Correct. Yeah. We will get going here very soon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure I had the right link. Thank you.
I have 3 minutes. Good morning, Directors Roten and Torres. We do see you on Zoom. Thank you.
Good morning.
I have 1 minute. I have 9:30.
Block here. All right, I show 9:30, folks. Good morning. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order for the Western Municipal Water District Board of Directors. At this time, Madam Secretary, can we go ahead and read in our COVID protocols and call the roll, please, for the board?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Pursuant to Western Municipal Water District Resolution 3242, in an effort to protect the public health, prevent the spread of COVID-19, and because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing, the public may view this board meeting virtually, via Zoom, and in person. This meeting is being live streamed at wmwd.com and will be video recorded for on-demand viewing and broadcasting purposes. As stated on the agenda, members of the public who wish to comment on any item on the agenda may make comments in person, virtually via Zoom, or by submitting comments on the district's website. Comments received on the district's website before 4:30 p.m. July 19th, 2022 will be made part of the board meeting record. For those participating in the Zoom virtual meeting who wish to provide public comments, please indicate such by using the raise hand feature, and we will call on you individually. For those participating by telephone who wish to provide public comment, you may do so by pressing *6 to unmute yourself. Phone callers can also press *9 to activate the raise hand feature. If there is more than one caller, you will be identified and called on one at a time. Any public comment will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. However, the presiding officer reserves the right to reduce the amount of time you will be allowed to speak to ensure that all members of the public have an opportunity to provide their comment. I will now take roll call for the meeting. Due to the complexity of conducting this meeting by Zoom and telephonically, I will not be taking roll call for staff members or the public at this time. Director Roten.
Present via Zoom.
Thank you. Director Rizvi.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Director Gardner.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Director Torres.
Calling in. I'm here.
Thank you. Good morning. President Denstedt.
Good morning, I am present.
Thank you. Good morning. President Denstedt, you do have a quorum today.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go ahead and call Jason up to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You could introduce yourself, sir, and give us a little bit of your background. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jason Behringer. Been with the district for 18 years now, and I am the operations manager over mechanical services.
Great, thank you.
All right, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. Okay, moving right along to our agenda this morning, we'll go ahead and move into public comments. This is a time for any member of the public who wishes to comment on any item not currently posted on our agenda under the jurisdiction of this agency to be able to act upon. Madam Secretary, is there anyone in the audience who has submitted a comment card this morning?
President Denstedt, I've received no requests to speak this morning, and I have received no written comments.
Okay, is there any member on Zoom who wishes to comment this morning? Do you see any raised hands?
I do not.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our presentation section. Do we have our person, has he joined us on Zoom? Mr. Miller?
He has.
Fantastic.
We are very fortunate this morning to have Bill Hazenkamp from Metropolitan, who is an expert. Is that right, Bill? You're an expert on Colorado River issues, and he's going to present a history on the Colorado River and how Metropolitan took the lead on building the aqueduct. So very interesting presentation. So,
Great.
Bill, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen, but it's not giving me permission.
Mr. Hazenkamp, we have your PowerPoint here for you ready to go. So we will bring it up and you'll just need to tell us next slide.
Okay, that works too then.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Just one moment.
Sure.
We love these little
We think
technical
we have your
glitches.
slide.
That's right.
The joys of hybrid life.
Yeah, I
is
know.
Amen.
Just one
Never
moment.
quite the same, but yeah, there's been a lot of news about the Colorado River lately and stories about perhaps even getting close to Deadpool in the river. What does that mean for us here in Southern California, and what's the reality of going on what's going on in the river? And while the PowerPoint is loading, we're getting close. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, is Lake Mead Deadpool within reach? Something that we had never contemplated a few years ago. But next slide, please. As there's been lots of media reports, this was the front page of the LA Times earlier this year when, not about Bass leading Caruso, but about the water hits a scary level as Lake Powell hit its new level. And the Secretary of the Interior and the Commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation mandating new cuts needed on the Colorado River like we've never seen before. What does this new cuts mean for us, and what does it mean for here in Southern California? Well, I'll get to that, but to understand where we're going, we need to understand where we came from. Next slide. When we deal with the Colorado River, we're dealing with 7 states and 2 countries, actually 2 states in the country of Mexico that all get water from the Colorado River. The largest metropolitan areas in each of the 7 states get water from the Colorado River, whether it's Denver, Salt Lake City, Albuquerque, Cheyenne, and the lower basin states, as well as hundreds of thousands of acres of productive agriculture. The river is so used, or some say abused, that it never reaches the ocean anymore. All of the water is stored and diverted and used by the 7 states and 2 countries. And Metropolitan was formed with one reason in mind. Next slide. Our whole point was to build an aqueduct from the Colorado River to meet the growing needs of Southern California. Next slide. To try to help promote this aqueduct and the Metropolitan Water District, we had a float in the Rose Parade in the early 1920s to help garner support for completely local funded aqueduct without any state or federal funds during the Great Depression. Next slide. So that of course that bond measure did pass, and in 1941 water from the Colorado River began flowing into Southern California. That added the flow from the LA Aqueduct, which was completed in 1913, but that only provides water to the city of Los Angeles. And then in the 1960s and early 70s, the State Water Project began bringing water to Southern California. Now for Metropolitan, we get about half of our water, imported water from the state project, and about half from the Colorado River Aqueduct. But in years like this, when it's critically dry in Southern California and the state as a whole, the Colorado River Aqueduct today is still our backbone supply. In fact, 13 million people in our service area are only getting water from the Colorado River Aqueduct, in addition to any local supplies they have. And that's been the case for the last couple years. The state project has a 5% allocation. That's only 100,000 acre feet of water from the allocated from the state project. Yet the Colorado River Aqueduct is bringing in over 1.1 million acre feet, 11 times the supply of the state project this year. Next slide. And to understand how we got to today, the Colorado River Aqueduct 100 years ago it all started down in Imperial Valley, where it was a great place to grow crops. Almost never rained, maybe 1 or 2 inches of rain a year. And when it does rain, they don't like it. And an abundant supply of water from the Colorado River, and a great growing season where you could grow crops year round. Next slide. But the problem was the Colorado River was out of control. There were no large dams. And in 1905, the Colorado River broke out of its channel and flowed uncontrollably into the Salton Sink, forming the Salton Sea. Next slide. And Mark Reisner would talk about this reverse waterfall flowing up through the Imperial Valley, doing tremendous damage, while 18 months the Colorado River raged out of its channel, forming a new channel in the Imperial Valley. Next slide. It took finally in 1907 reclamation along with some railroad lines to build rocks and finally get the river back in its channel. Next slide. So it was clear that in order to have a reliable supply from the Colorado River, a dam needed to be constructed to control the crazy water of the river. At the same time, Metropolitan was also looking at building its aqueduct, and William Mulholland was up and down the Colorado River. But before any water could reliably be diverted, a dam was needed, and Black Canyon near present-day Las Vegas was the perfect site. However, the other states were concerned about the doctrine of prior appropriation, which says if one state accesses water ahead of the others, it has a higher right than the other states in perpetuity. And the other 6 states were concerned that California was developing quicker and could have a higher priority right to the Colorado River. Next slide. So 100 years ago in November, I believe it's November 24th, 1922, the 7 states got together in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Beautiful spot, highly recommend visiting it. And divided the rivers on an equity basis. It was to have equal access. The upper basin has equal access to the lower basin. Lower basin got an extra 1 million acre feet. That was for the tributary use, but both basins have an equal access, and later Mexico had a share of 1.5 million acre feet. So with this concept of equity on the Colorado River, getting aside a priority system, next slide, the Bureau of Reclamation was authorized to begin construction of Hoover Dam in 1928, next slide, and it was completed in 1933. Hopefully we'll never see this view again here. This is true Deadpool. We're not close to that, but that's what Deadpool would look like. Next slide. And of course, the heyday of Hoover Dam was 1983 when it was filled and spilled, the largest reservoir in the United States. When it's full like this, it holds over 26 million acre feet of water, which is 26 times the amount of water we bring in from the river each year. Next slide. So to kind of understand this was supposed to be a build-up, so it's a little more humor as if it's a build-up. It was trying to understand how the apportionments came about. California has a 4.4 million acre foot allocation, Arizona 2.8, and Nevada, well, they got a small share of the river. It's a lot less funny when it's in this PDF format. Next slide.
Wow, Bill, that's a real visual there.
And so this is another one that's supposed to be a build-up. It's supposed to just show the apportionment. So the apportionments were also divided among the various states. The 7.5 in the lower basin, California got 4.4, Arizona 2.8, Nevada 300,000. The reason why Nevada is so small isn't because they're a toilet bowl, but because it was based on agricultural use in the basin back 100 years ago. No one thought that the big city like Las Vegas would appear in the desert 100 years ago, and there wasn't much ag land in Nevada, so they got a pretty small share. The problem with the equity concept, however, there was a couple problems. One is that the upper basin had an extra obligation. Not only could they limit themselves to 7.5 million acre feet, but they had to deliver 7.5 million acre feet on average to the lower basin. We know now that the Colorado River is drier than what they thought 100 years ago, and there's not the full amount of water available to develop. So the upper basin then, if they have to deliver 7.5 million acre feet every year to the lower basin, and there's not 15 million acre foot of runoff, but maybe 12, the upper basin is unfairly limited and can't fully develop. And in fact, today are only using about 4 million acre feet of the 7.5. Meanwhile, in the lower basin, a dispute occurred between Arizona and California. We were supposed to have equal access to the river, but Arizona argued that their tributaries within the state of Arizona don't count towards their apportionment. California disagreed and said, no, it's tributaries and the main stem, which is the same way water is accounted for in the upper basin. And that argument went to the Supreme Court in the 1960s. Ultimately, Arizona prevailed and got all of their 2.8 from the main stem, as well as their tributary use. But California still had one ace left up its sleeve, and that was that Arizona wanted the federal government to build the Central Arizona Project, and they needed congressional authorization to do that. California has much more members of Congress than the other states, so we were able to put in a catch that said, okay, federal funds can be available to build the Central Arizona Project. However, the catch is if and when there's ever a shortage in the future, Arizona is on the hook for the first 1.5 million acre feet of shortages. So the equity concept of 100 years ago didn't pan out. The upper basin has maybe a bigger risk to climate change than the lower basin, and Arizona is the first to take shortage versus California. So California is actually in the best position of any state. Now look at the slide. Now you can look at the orange. Now with all of those rules in place prior to the year 2000, not only did California take its full apportionment, but it benefited by taking an extra 700,000 acre feet a year. Mexico also benefited as extra water crossed the border, 1 million acre feet a year on average. And none of the other states were using all of their water. But we knew that this was a temporary situation. We were allowed to temporarily use water that the other states weren't using. And when Arizona and Nevada finally by the year 2000 started using all of their water, we knew that California had to come up with a plan to permanently reduce our use by 700,000 acre feet. Next slide. And within California, the major water users, along with Metropolitan, are Imperial Irrigation District. They're the largest irrigation district in the nation. In fact, they use more water than any other state uses. Coachella Valley Water District, Palo Verde Irrigation District, and the Little Yuma Project, which is actually the part in California. Next slide. And unfortunately for Metropolitan, the California system is not based on equity either. It is a priority system, and that back in 1931, shortly after the compact was negotiated, the state got together and determined that agriculture has the first 88% of California's 4.4 million acre foot priority. Metropolitan got the remaining 12%, but we got the first right of any water that was made available above 4.4. And for 50 years, we used our fifth priority to fill the Colorado River Aqueduct. And under this system, Metropolitan would be the one that would be reduced first. So we sat down with our partners and developed a plan to try to share this use by incentivizing them to use less water. Next slide. And so in 2003, we're coming up on the 20-year anniversary of the historic quantification settlement agreement, which was an agreement that helped California permanently reduce their use. Next slide. And it involved partnering with our irrigation partners to fund conservation, where San Diego County Water Authority and Metropolitan both fund conservation in Imperial Irrigation District so they can grow the same amount of crops using less water. Next slide. The state of California, along with San Diego, paid to line the All-American and Coachella canals. They had lost 100,000 acre feet a year. That savings was made available to Southern California. Next slide. And Metropolitan had a program with farmers in Palo Verde Valley to pay them not to grow crops on a rotating basis, so that we could, they would make more money by letting land grow fallow, but we wouldn't permanently retire the land. We would rotate it so that land could only be fallowed for a period of time, but then it has to come back into production. And the other beauty of this program is we could ramp it up and down based on our needs in Southern California. In a wet year on the state project, when we don't need as much Colorado River water, then the farmers go back to farming and virtually the entire valley goes back to farming. And then in a dry year like this, we increase the call so we can get more water from the valley. So it works well. We can ramp up and down as needed. Next slide. So while we had this program that allowed us to partner with ag, it still didn't fill our aqueduct. We had ramped up our conservation, we had ramped up our local resources, and we still didn't have the ability to completely fill our aqueduct. We were only about 75% of the way there, and we needed a full aqueduct. Our board had told us in years like this, when the state project is so dry, we need a full aqueduct. And at the same time, in 2007, the interim guidelines had outlined shortages to Arizona and Nevada, since they were junior in priority to California from the 1960 Act, that California got the senior priority. So we didn't take shortages, but in these guidelines, we did need to be able to fill our aqueduct. And the way we did that, next slide, was to be able to access storage in Lake Mead. It was a new program that started in 2006 and was formalized in 2007, where we could back off our Colorado River supplies, put it in Lake Mead in the wetter years, take it out in the dry years. So in the drought of the 2014, 15, 16, we took 500,000 acre feet out of Lake Mead. And then through some really wet years in 2017 and 2019, we put a lot of water in Mead. In fact, 1.3 million acre feet. That's about 20 feet of Lake Mead is MWD's water sitting on top of that. We took out a little bit last year. This year we're taking out more, about 200,000 acre feet, but we'll still have 1 million acre feet of water in Lake Mead to help us. So it's this provision really benefited us because of the volatility of the state project, not knowing how much water we need on the Colorado River in any one year. This storage let us do that. Next slide. And this shows, here's how we're filling the aqueduct in 2022. We have our basic apportionment, which is about 550,000 acre feet. And then all of these programs, any one of them are investments made by either San Diego or Metropolitan to reduce agricultural demand or to put water in Lake Mead to take it out. And all of these programs together now contribute to our reliability. We used to fill the aqueduct with surplus water or unused water from other states. That was not a sustainable model. This is a much more sustainable model, partnering with our agricultural entities. It does cost us money. The other water was free. This did take investments, but it paid off for us in a year like this. Next slide. But, and so 2 years ago, when COVID hit, things seemed to be going pretty well in the Colorado River. When the guidelines were approved in 2007 to March of 2020, right when our world shut down, there was uncertainty. Didn't know if I'd ever come to work again. Didn't know what a Zoom meeting was in March of 2020. Didn't really know what hybrid meant. I thought it was a car, that's about it. But while there was uncertainty in my personal life and all of our personal lives, the river was stable. We had figured out a way for 13 years to keep the river above a shortage, and life seemed to be good. But things changed. Next slide. And as we said, things have gotten dry. This was a slide from last year when Lake Mead hit a new level. And again, front page of the LA Times when things happen at Lake Mead. Next slide. And it wasn't just the LA Times, it was a realization that a mega drought was hitting the entire Western United States. That hit right about the time of, really intensified about the time when COVID hit in early 2020. For the last 2.5 years, we've had extremely dry conditions in the entire West. Of course, 2 5% allocations on the state project, and really dry years on the Colorado, the Rio Grande, the Klamath River. Next slide. And of course, the big reservoirs all hit the biggest 3 reservoirs that provide water to Southern California, Lake Mead, Lake Oroville, Lake Powell, were all at record low levels at the same time. Next slide. and Lake Mead's plummeted. We had thought we were fairly stable. Lake Mead has dropped considerably in the last 2 years, and the forecast is to keep going down, way down. Next slide. In fact, during the spring, Lake Mead was dropping 1 feet every 3 days. You could go out there from one weekend to the next and see major changes in the reservoir. Next slide. In fact, this year, since January, it's dropped 25 feet. If you go out to Lake Mead now, they have signs starting when the lake was at full in 2000, all the way down this boat ramp. And you can see every year they have a 2002 sign, 2004, 2006. You can walk down, and it's a long walk. And you can see this was where we were just 6 months ago or 7 months ago. And you can see how far down it's dropped just in 6 or 7 months. 25 feet vertical, but that's a lot more horizontal. And so they continually have to move the boat ramps week after week, farther and farther down in a smaller and smaller space. Next slide. And as the lake has dropped, things have emerged, and I'm sure you've heard about it on the news. Southern Nevada's original intake was exposed earlier this year. Fortunately, they had the foresight to take a new intake all the way down to Deadpool, but their original intake now is high and dry. Human remains were found in a barrel, and very recently a ghost ship emerged, a ship that has been underwater is now showing up. So who knows what else is going to show up as the lake drops. It's a treasure trove of interesting things out there, to say the least. Next slide. So as a result of this dramatic decline in reservoir storage, and our inability to stop it, and the forecast of maybe another, or potential of another dry year, the Colorado River world was rocked last month when Commissioner Touton called for 2 to 4 million acre feet of water reductions are needed next year to protect critical infrastructure. What that means, protect critical infrastructure, is that if the water gets low enough in Lake Powell or Lake Mead, there's a few problems besides just running out of water. One is that they have to use bypass tubes to get water around the power generation at Lake Powell. Those bypass tubes have never really been used in any length of time, and they're concerned that those tubes might fail. Additionally, as the water gets lower, you start to get vortices in the turbines that could do damage to the power equipment. So they're very concerned about getting anywhere near power generation loss at either Lake Powell or Lake Mead. And so this call for 2 to 4 million acre foot cuts is needed if next year's dry, to prevent that from happening. So the states have been meeting regularly, weekly, really, the 7 basin states, to figure out how we're going to meet this huge ask, right? 2 to 4 million acre feet of a basin that uses about 11 million acre feet is a pretty big percentage. And everyone has an excuse why somebody else should come up with a cut. There is a priority system, which is one way that cuts could be implemented, which of course would take Central Arizona project to 0 before California receives any cuts. But realistically, that's not a good plan. That's not implementable. You can't cut off the water to Phoenix and Tucson before you cut off, for example, ag use in California. So while we recognize the priority system and expect Arizona to do more, we here in California have come to grips that we're going to have to come up with a plan to reduce our use. We did that 20 years ago, and it was difficult and painful, and we're going to have to do that again, because while this is a plan for 2023, we're anticipating that the Colorado River will never be the same. We're entering a new era on the river where I think the lower basin will be in permanent shortage, and California may be in permanent shortage from this point forward. what that looks like and what that means is something that we're still figuring out. The commissioner wanted a plan by August, middle of August, so they could, when they do their typical announcement of the conditions for the following year. And the plan in August, if we're successful, will outline how we come up with 2 million acre feet, 2 to 4 million. I think we're shooting for 2 million realistically, which is still a huge number. And then we would seek board authorization for this plan by the end of the year. The reason I don't have a slide on the plan is because, one, it's still being developed, and two, it's confidential until it's actually going to be daylighted in August. But it does involve Metropolitan and our ag partners making contributions. It does involve us sacrificing along with all states and the country of Mexico. And most likely what it means is that that 2022 is the last year we can guarantee we'll have a full aqueduct with our existing programs. That in 2023, we probably won't have as much water as we have available to us this year. And in 2024, almost certainly we won't have as much water as we have this year. Mostly because our ability to take water out of our storage account in Lake Mead begins to be impacted as the reservoir drops. And as the reservoir drops and continues to drop, unless we have a really wet year, we're going to be not able to access our storage, and our ability to take water from the river will be diminished. And if we don't get water from the state project to add to our blended area, we're going to have to increase conservation and other reductions in our service area. We are in the process of scheduling a special board workshop in August. I think the announcement will go out today of a workshop just on the Colorado River. I think there's a couple dates, the announcement when it goes out of when that workshop will be. We'll get into the details of this plan, likely in closed session. There'll be an open session, which will be talking about the conditions on the river and where we're headed, and then a closed session to talk about what this plan that we have come up with entails, what the impacts are to Metropolitan and our region, and what the outlook is going forward. So it's very much an evolving process. It's pretty daunting challenge, and you can actually take the zoom off and put us back on the slide, or whatever mode you have. Well, yeah, but I think I just want to close by saying that it's we've been very successful on the river. 20 years ago, we had a turning point. We went from an abundance of water that we had available to us every year to having to figure out how to live with a reduced allocation. And we partnered with our agricultural parties, state of California, to develop a plan. And now we're going to have to adjust and have a new plan. One of the benefits of this plan this time is that the federal government is our partner. They are bringing a lot of money to the table to help with conservation. Last time it was the urban entities that funded it, mostly with the help of some help from California. This time, at least for the foreseeable future, these next 3 to 4 years, we will be having the feds provide significant funding. Now, at the same time, while we're trying to get through this short-term drought, starting in 2026, new guidelines will be in place that will guide the future of the Colorado River. We haven't even been discussing those new guidelines yet because we've been so focused on the current drought. And showing how difficult it is to come up with a one-year plan only highlights how difficult a 30-year plan will be. But that's the task ahead of us, is to try to figure out how to get through this year and then focus on the long-term plan, which then ultimately would go before our board by the end of 2025. So the next 3.5 years will dramatically shape the future of the Colorado River and how our region gets water from it. Thank you for your time today.
Bill, a great presentation. Thank you. It's so good to hear the history, and I mean, it's just changing so fast right now. It's a real challenge for all of us. How much water does Met still have in the ICS storage account?
We have 1 million acre feet of water, which is a lot of water, although there's good news and bad news. The good news is, if we ever have to make a cut to the reservoir or to the system, we can use that ICS to buffer any future cut that we might negotiate or be imposed on. However, our ability to get that water out to fill the aqueduct diminishes as the reservoirs drop. So the water still has value to us, but it might not be the same value as we have today because we might not be able to get it out if the reservoir drops. So hopefully that makes sense. There's kind of two purposes for that water.
Yeah. And Met has been very purposeful in propping up, almost artificially propping up the lake levels over the last few years since the ICS was created to the benefit of all of the lower basin states. So we didn't hit that shortage level. So Met was very purposeful in trying to prevent the shortage declaration, but unfortunately it just started falling so fast it wasn't possible anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Met and our partners, I mean, I think we did the lion's share of it, but Nevada, Arizona, and Mexico also all added water to Lake Mead. And collectively, we were keeping it above a shortage. And in 2020, it looked like our efforts were sustainable, frankly. I had thought we have a pretty good plan. We'll make it through 2026, no problem. Turned out to be wrong.
Bill, we have a couple of questions, I'm sure, from our board, if you have a few more minutes.
Absolutely.
Dr. Roten has her hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Director Roten?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I thought Tammy said that, but I couldn't hear her. First of all, thank you for this presentation. When I saw it on the agenda and got my copy of the PowerPoint, I was very much looking forward to hearing this morning. So thank you very much for that. Lots of great information. And I just had one question toward the end. You mentioned that it's a good thing that the federal government is helping, but you indicated, at least I think what I heard was, they're helping with dollars for conservation. Conservation is good and it's necessary, but is there discussion at the federal level for dollars for infrastructure?
So thank you for that question. Yes, one of the asks that we're making is to improve the conditions of the reservoirs in Lake Powell and Lake Mead so you can, if needed, reduce water from the bypass tubes. Right now, they're trying to protect 9 million acre feet of storage in the two reservoirs to protect infrastructure. We'd like to be able to access that in really dry conditions in the future. And yes, so there is money to help invest in their infrastructure so they can use those facilities in a more efficient manner.
Okay, and what about additional infrastructure?
Well, that's not the focus of this administration. In the past, there has been discussion about some big projects that could augment water from the Colorado River. In 2012, there was a basin study that had two potential big projects that at least were, from an engineering perspective, feasible. Whether politically they were is a different story. One was a large desalination plant in Mexico that would provide water to both countries and into the river that would offset some of the imbalance. And the other was a pipeline from the Mississippi River to the Front Range of Denver, and then Denver would back off on its Colorado River water, and it would stay more in the reservoir. But since that study came out, both of those projects have really not been advocated for, and it's been more focused on water conservation than augmentation. The one area that we are moving forward with that has promise, of course, is with our Pure Water Southern California, a partnership with Arizona and Nevada, that they are interested in funding a portion of that water, portion of that project, which is a few $billion project, that then they would receive a portion of the water that is generated from that recycling project. And it really works in our system because we could then put water in Lake Mead in wet years and kind of advance them water, and then the dry years keep it all to ourselves. So it's a good partnership. It's something that we're still evaluating, but that's probably the limit of the infrastructure that the federal government is, and they might provide some money for that, but there's not really new infrastructure that we've heard the federal government is pursuing.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate your answer. Thank you very much.
Director Gardner.
Thank you. This is something I've been trying to find out for a while unsuccessfully, and hopefully you know the answer or can point me to where I can find it. I'm wondering, given the age of Hoover Dam and Lake Mead and why they were built, primarily for flood control and electricity production, does water for electricity production have a higher right than water for consumptive use? Basically, the question gets to operation of the facility. Can we get to a point where the right to water to run through the turbines to make electricity would prevent diversion of water for consumptive use from Lake Mead?
Yeah, so it's very clear. The answer is water. The water use is a higher priority than power. Power is secondary, and there's not authority to cut back deliveries to water users just to protect power generation. However, in this case, what reclamation is doing is trying to protect the infrastructure of the dams.
Right.
So it's not, it's more of the failure of the dams, not the dams themselves, but the power generation and the bypass tubes is what they're citing. But water use absolutely is a higher priority than power. Power is secondary. Having said that, power is very important to us at Metropolitan. We're the largest receiver of power produced at Hoover Dam. About 28% of the power at Hoover Dam goes to Metropolitan, and another equal amount goes to our region here in Southern California, whether it's Edison, DWP, many of our member agencies. So most of the power at Hoover Dam comes to Metropolitan service area in one way or another, and it is very important for us to protect that.
Right, no question. Okay, thank you. I knew that consumptive use trumped electricity generation everywhere except Mead, and I just was not sure about that. So thank you, that's very helpful.
Okay. Other directors, Director Risby?
First of all, thank you. This was very, very interesting and very informative. Just a quick question. You said so the idea of reduction to 2 to 4 million acre foot is going to be all on ag. How does it work?
No, it's going to be ag and urban both.
Okay.
But agricultural uses about 80% of the water in the rivers, so they have to take the majority share of the reductions. That's the only way you'll get the math to work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now, this is compensated reduction, so what we're at this phase, the plan that's being developed is voluntary participation. The federal government, along with likely funding from some of the states, providing money for the agricultural entities to conserve water in exchange for money. So it's not as if there's going to be a taking of water from agriculture. It is a partnership similar to the QSA, where Metropolitan and San Diego made investments in the ag community so they could grow the same crops or different types of crops, and the saved water comes to Southern California. In this case, it would be a similar, where there's an incentive for the agricultural community to use less water, but in this case, the water would stay in Lake Mead as opposed to being transferred.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Torres, any questions? Okay. I have one quick question, and thanks, Bill. I appreciate you being here today, giving us this lovely rosy picture that we're looking at, and all of your slides to go with it. Very entertaining, and really paints a picture of what we look at and what our challenges are for the future. So here's just a kind of a broad question, and this is either for you to answer or for Mr. Miller to answer, or perhaps one of our other water resource people and folk in the room. But with the cutbacks, looking on the Colorado River, being a part of the Met family, not our direct use, obviously, but what can Western do to help with the impact?
Yeah, well, we lived through this before. I mean, I think part of the good news is we've been in this rodeo before. We were cut back in a big way in 2003. It was supposed to be a slow cutback, but we ended up having to cut back quickly, and Metropolitan went from a full aqueduct to half of an aqueduct overnight, and it took time to build it back up. So how did we respond back then? Well, we relied on transfers from Northern California and our local storage here. Diamond Valley Lake happened to be full in 2003, which was great. But then also our member agencies like Western responded by conserving more and ramping up local resources. And frankly, that's what we're going to have to be in the future. Reevaluate our landscaping and make other changes. I mean, we've been adapting for 20 years or 30 years to a drier scenario. This, again, will make a sense of urgency where we may have to step things up quicker. But we've done it before, and we've been successful, frankly. But we're going to have to ramp up again. Okay. And I'll let Mr. Miller answer any more local questions on that.
I like hearing from Bill. We never get to hear from Bill. Why do you want to hear from me? Yeah, so for Western support, obviously we get, for our retail customers and most of our wholesale customers, we're getting Northern California water.
Right.
We don't take
Colorado
Colorado River water.
Right.
But that being said, there's also plumbing that we could, Diamond Valley could get Colorado River water. The challenge that I think Bill has done a really good job of highlighting is we're in a very difficult pickle right now because we really haven't had shortages on the state project and the Colorado River project all at the same time. And the action for agencies to develop more local resources. You know, a lot of the environmental groups say, well, we need to recycle water. In our case, we're basically sold out of sewage. So we don't really have that tool to play. Metropolitan is in the planning process of a big recycled water project. There's others that still have some capacity there. Western doesn't. But we have other tools that we can play, and we'll do a lot with landscaping. But it's also part of the reason that I think we're pushing so hard to get the state to really invest in their infrastructure system. And Bill, you heard Director Roten asking that, and you know, it's an important point on the statewide system is, are they doing anything to improve their capture of rainfall now that we're seeing the impacts of climate change? And so we really are pushing hard for the state to invest, and we'll continue to invest in our own local resources.
No, and thank you for that. I wanted to just kind of throw that question out there as a catch-all, because while Met is doing its job to look at and be a part of solutions and whatnot, we have a role and responsibility for our region, our customers, to make sure that we're doing what we can as our part, and look at this as not, we need to try to think more of a standalone scenario at times, especially when we have the trifecta going on, right? So dry years, state project, Colorado River, local challenges that we face, and those types of things. So it's just really my calling out, hey, future planning is critical. And I think that talking about the things that we talk about, and to Director Roten's point, what are we doing for other infrastructure? Because it's really important, and I think it's critical that we talk about capture in wet years. If we don't have facilities to put water away, and we don't have storage, and we don't have places that we can plant this stuff, right, when it hits and it moves through here quickly in a very short amount of time, we're in a lot of trouble. And so we've got to have those facilities on standby, ready to go. So with that.
Well, I think Bill also really highlighted the way the system is changing. Mm-hmm. And, these are climate impacts. And so, remember 5, 6, 7 years ago, Western was on 100% dependent on Northern California water through Metropolitan. Now we're 60% dependent. So, that's been a big lift for Western to diversify our portfolio. But Met has to do the same thing. And so Met has been able to count on one bucket or the other bucket. And as things are changing, as water planners, we're working hard to figure out how to change and how to stay in front of it to keep providing water. And frankly, it's a very difficult challenge. And it's going to take a lot of investment. And I think that's where the public is, going to be maybe caught off guard, because, Met's going to have to invest, and Western's going to have to invest, and the customers are going to be the ones that are paying the bill for both of those investments. Mm-hmm. So water is not going to get cheaper. It's going to get more expensive, but that resiliency that we're developing with that investment is hopefully going to pay off in the future.
Absolutely. So, Bill, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate your presentation and sharing a little bit of the big picture with us and what's going on and all the conversations that are taking place. Thanks for dropping the bomb on me that I'm going to get some other special meeting that's more workshops and more things that I get to attend and be a part of. So thank you for that. I'll be looking forward to adding that to my calendar so I can keep apprised of what's going on and then be able to share with our board what ultimately shakes out of that. So, but thank you so much for being here. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, very much. Great job.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. With that, we will move on to our consent calendar. Is there any member of the board wishing to pull any item from the consent calendar? Okay, any member of the public wishing to make any comment on any consent calendar item, Madam Secretary?
I see no request to speak.
Okay, looking for a motion.
So moved.
Okay,
Move to approve.
all right, I have a motion by Director Risby and a second by Director Gardner to approve the consent calendar. Okay, hearing no other comments, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Risby?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Denstedt?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving on. Items to be added to our agenda today. Mr. Miller, anything to add to our agenda today?
Nothing to add today.
Okay, legal counsel, good morning and welcome back, sir, from your nice, long, extended vacation. We missed you, and we're going to put you to work today. So anything to add to our agenda today?
Good morning, Madam President. No, there's not.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to our action agenda, folks, and we'll kick it off with 8A.
All right.
Mr. Miller.
Sure. Item 8A is to approve a agreement with Tuscany Village for pipeline extension and provisional service agreement. We had a lengthy discussion at the engineering committee, and we told the committee that we'd be bringing this right back to the board. We'd be working with the developer to try and resolve some of the issues. And so we've done that. We've done an extensive amount of work. We welcomed Mr. Bellinger back from his vacation with a draft agreement to really grind through with his staff. Holland did an excellent job in his absence of preparing that agreement. Derek is on vacation this week. Carl Francis is here and is well-versed on all the issues, so he'll do the presentation. Jeff may have some comments he might want to make about the agreement, and then we'll answer the board's questions. So, Carl, give us an update on the issue and where we stand.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Members of the board and President Dunster, good morning to you. In 2007, Western Municipal Water District entered into a reimbursement agreement with Parthenon Development, LLC, signed by its owner, Mr. John Russo. The 2007 agreement stated that properties located in the currently called Tuscany Village development could be served by the McAllister pipeline, for which water service would be provided to the properties fronting the mainline extension into the development area. This agreement expired in 2017. The developer is currently seeking water services for 4 properties that do not front the water main pipeline. Meeting the developer's request would require provisional water services via a temporary mechanism commonly referred to as a long service. In accordance with Western's regulations, the 4 parcels being considered today, as well as other residential parcels in the area, require the construction of pipeline extensions to provide future customers with standard water services. Standard water service required the meter to be placed at a distance no greater than 60 feet from the pipeline, in front of the parcel which it serves, within the public right-of-way or a western easement. Currently, a public right-of-way or western easements do not exist, and Western has no property rights to build or maintain water pipeline extensions to provide the 4 parcels in immediate need of water with standard water services. The route of the necessary pipeline extension and/or long services between the existing water main and the 4 parcels would traverse parcels that have been sold to individual homeowners, and therefore Western would have to seek easements from each of the parcels or other parcel if Western is to replace the long services with permanent water main extensions for connections at the parcel's frontages. To meet the water services need of the 4 parcels currently waiting, as well as any future residential customers in the area, staff is proposing that Western enters into an agreement with the developer and the 4 individual parcel owners as soon as possible. The 4 assessor parcels are listed in the board letter, could receive temporary provisional long services in accordance with Western's ordinances, resolutions, and standards, with the exception that long service would exceed the 100 feet maximum length, provided the design meets the Riverside County Fire Authority Fire Sprinkler 4 requirements, as long as the developer agrees to build the water main infrastructure for the 4 parcels currently waiting, and any future residential customers in the area to permanently connect to water system and at the same time comply with Western standards within the reasonable amount of time. The mainline infrastructure is depicted in the map provided in the agreement. In addition, there's a discussion regarding the details of those extensions. The required completion dates of these pipeline extensions are provided in Article 13 of the attached draft agreement. Based on the July 5th Engineering Operations and Water Resources Committee's direction, Western staff worked with Mr. Russo to reach an agreement on a list of points. These points of the agreement were provided to Western Legal Counsel. At the time this board letter was written, legal counsel was still reviewing the agreement. To expedite the delivery of water service to the 4 parcels needing service as soon as possible, staff is requesting that the board authorize the general manager to execute the final agreement if changes to the draft document presented to the board and attached to this board letter are considered non-substantive by legal counsel. Should substantial changes be necessary, staff will return to the board to seek the appropriate approval. We sent the draft agreement to Mr. Russo and the 4 parcel owners on Thursday of last week and early Monday morning this week. We received comments from Mr. Russo late Monday, the 18th. We reviewed his comments with Western's legal counsel individually and met on Tuesday, yesterday, to discuss these comments. Based on the meeting, we feel that the comments provided are non-substantial. Therefore, our request to approve the agreement in draft form still stands. I now invite your questions.
Thank you, Carl. So it took a lot of work to get the agreement points in place. We were waiting for the developer to give us their comments back. Because of what we feel is the urgency of the item, rather than waiting for a final agreement, we're bringing it back to the board, which is an unusual process for us to give me authority to finalize the agreement without substantial changes. But because of the urgency, we think that it's acceptable to ask for that. And certainly if there's changes and our legal counsel determines that these changes would elevate above that bar of substantial, we would need to come back to the board for further presentation and discussion of the agreement at that time.
And I would just add briefly that the changes that we saw requested from the developer earlier this week, staff and legal counsel believe that we can work those out without having to bring those back to the board any further.
Okay. All right. We've had lengthy discussion over this, and I do have a couple of questions just to round back to what those were during committee. So we'll get to those. I'm sure you guys have the answers. But I'm going to go ahead and look for public comment right now to see if there's any members of the public who wish to comment on this item.
If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I see no requests, and I've received no written comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see no members of the audience wishing to speak either. Is that correct, Madam Secretary? You have no comment cards?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm that with everyone. I'm going to bring it back up to the board for any questions they have of staff. Anyone?
Madam President, I have just one question. I think probably of legal counsel, but potentially of Carl. Of the changes that the developer was asking for, none of those would affect the date by which people have to move to a permanent service, do they?
No.
Okay. I think that was one of the keys. A big concern was how long would this temporary authorization be good for? And we've got roughly a 5-year limit in there, which I think is appropriate. I would just like to thank and compliment everybody involved in getting us to where it looks like we have an agreement that's going to work. It's been challenging. Homeowners have been put in a very uncomfortable position, and I'm glad to see us get out of it. So thanks to everybody who worked hard to make that happen.
Thank you for those comments. Director Risby?
So after our meeting, is there any input from the homeowners?
Well, no, we're not hearing any input at this
Okay.
meeting from the homeowners. We're certainly working with the developers. We've heard from the homeowners. We've offered meetings to talk about it. So, yeah, we're certainly hoping that this agreement resolves the homeowners' issues
That's okay.
and the developers' issues all in one. We don't really want to come back with a different set of problems after we sign this agreement. So we want this to put it all away.
Yeah, that was
But-
my concern.
But the homeowners actually saw this proposed agreement and were asked for comments and concerns, and apparently
We have not
they
received
were
any
minimal, if
comments.
any.
Okay.
So they have been, continue to be directly involved.
Okay.
Director Torres has her hand up.
Director Torres?
Just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I move the item.
Okay. I have a couple of comments before I take a second on that. And Director Roten, did you have any comments?
I don't, but thank you for checking.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure because it's real hard. I can't see who's got their hands raised on my screen here. So I'm trying to follow along with the board secretary here.
We got you covered. We're watching.
I'm looking for the flags going up.
We will not
so-
miss someone that has their hand raised.
Just making sure. Just wanted to circle back on a couple of comments that I brought up in committee in terms of this agreement, and this is purely for clarification purposes. I asked the question, if we were to set this agreement in place and all of us were to be gone in 10 years, do we foresee a problem? Because I mentioned that we'd had a problem with existing line crossing over several parcels down in Marietta that we had to come back and there was a leak and there was an inconvenience and then we had to do entries of properties with, it was not a pretty situation. And so that was the one thing that kind of came to mind with this, and it's, you know, the circumstances that we're going to dealt with, but I want to make sure that this agreement, as we put it forward, if you're not here, Carl, because you've retired and you're sitting on a beach in Maui, and Mr. Miller's in Fiji or wherever the heck he's at, you know, or
Can't wait.
or Tim's hanging out down in Temecula, you know, we're right. You know, so if we're gone in 10 years and there ends up being a leak or something of that nature, is it going to be a problem to try to do that repair, whether it be on our side or cross parcels?
No, Carl can answer it. I'll be happy to answer it. You know, functionally, the way that this works, and we have this situation, is if there's a leak, we usually get called, no matter where the leak is. Our staff goes out there. If the leak is on our side of the meter, not the resident's side of the meter, we fix the leak. The challenge we have with these long services is the homeowners think that we are responsible for the leak no matter where it happens. And we don't have control over how they build their pipeline from the meter to their house, nor will we have an easement that we have the right to be in there to do any sort of work whatsoever. So I think the question that you're asking, Director, is if these homeowners sell to another homeowner,
Right.
does the next homeowner know the obligation that the repair has to be on their behalf, not on Wester's behalf? And that's where we've had some big problems in the past, where, you know, residents came into the office and were demanding it to be fixed, and we're like, it's not our line, it is your line. And sometimes that line leaks on someone else's property because the long lateral goes across intermediary properties, and that property owner would call us and say, hey, your water line's leaking on my property, and that's why we don't like these long laterals at all. So the agreement's very clear that we won't do that work. And, you know, that's, I don't know how else to make it clear, but to put it in an agreement that we're going to hold in our hands, and we'll be able to show that.
Okay.
Now, of course, part of this agreement is that any future development beyond these 4 parcels that happens in this development can't happen until the infrastructure is built to the standards that we need so we can eliminate these long laterals. So that's the hook, so to speak,
Okay.
that we have, that, okay, we're gonna exempt what we need to exempt to get these 4 parcels going, but we're not gonna allow this anymore. And that's the agreement.
And that's exactly right, correct. Thank you for this. The way the agreement is set up is that we have in Article 13 a timeline along which the developer has to install the pipeline extensions. For the 4 parcels that we're approving now, the latest deadline is in 5 years, as Director Gardner mentioned. So we have a timeline to control when that happens. If those extensions don't happen, then future connections to any of the parcels owned by the developer will not be allowed. Long services are a no-no after this agreement is implemented. So we are protected that way.
Okay. And then I guess that would fall back to legal counsel, my question. So, I'm hearing what staff is saying, but I want to make sure from a legal standpoint, if the developer goes south, if parcels sell, are we solid in this agreement? Basically, I'm almost looking for an indemnification of Western doing this long service, to make sure that we're not on the hook and that the customers aren't saddled with something that they didn't really sign up for or understand fully. So I just kind of want to make sure we've got this ollie auction free.
I think that it will be secure. I think that we'll make sure that the property owners who are signing this, as well as future homeowners who buy the lots, will be adequately protected with the language that we're going to be putting into the agreement between now and the time it's signed.
Okay. All right. That addresses my concerns, because I know we've tackled this before, and it was just out of our control at that time, and we kind of are in that same position, I guess, here. So I just wanted to make sure we're kind of dotting the i's and crossing the t's.
Well, I think the agreement is putting it back into our control.
Okay. All right. All right.
With that, I will second Director Torres' motion.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, I have a motion by Director Torres and a second by Director Gardner on this issue. Madam Secretary, we'll go ahead and call for the vote when you're ready.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Dinstedt?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and do appreciate staff's diligence and hard work put into this agreement and trying to get everything fixed. 'Cause
Yeah,
I know it was
want to
not
thank,
easy.
Yeah, Carl and Derek, even on vacation, and Tim have put in a lot of work on this.
We're
and
not
Jeff and
thanking
his
Derek
team.
on vacation. He's on vacation.
We'll tell him when he gets back that we appreciate the hard work. And,
All right.
This was a difficult issue for us. We don't like being put in a position like this, so we're happy that we have a path forward.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move on to 8B, and we've got a public hearing to do on this one.
All right, 8B is a receive and file of Western Municipal Water District's 2022 Public Health Goals report. So we do have a public hearing, and I think Anthony may not be ready, but we're going to call him in and make him part of the presentation. So let's go ahead and, Madam President, if you want to open up the hearing before we hear the presentation.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and follow the script. And this is the time and place for the public hearing to receive comments on Western Municipal Water District's Public Health Goals Report for the year of 2022. Law provides for the public hearing so that interested individuals may provide Western with comments.
All right, state legislation, specifically SB 1307, requires that a water purveyor prepare a report that provides information to the public in addition to the annual Consumer Confidence Report, which we refer to as the CCR, every 3 years. So we've done that, and I'll ask Tim to introduce the item for us.
Good morning, directors. Prior to discussing public health goals, I want to clarify that Western has met all current drinking water limits prescribed by regulatory agencies. Western is required to meet maximum contaminant levels, which we have. At this time, I'm going to ask Anthony Budichin to actually go through this PowerPoint presentation and kind of explain the difference between a public health goal and a maximum contaminant level.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, board. Nice to see everybody. Okay, I'm going to kind of go quickly through the presentation because I know we're running close on time. So this is the 2022 Public Health Goals Report. Spencer, next slide, please. So an overview, we're going to go through the background of the regulatory requirements, the requirements themselves, the purpose of the regulations, the content requirements of the report, the goals versus mandatory levels, the overview of Western's 2022 Public Health Goals Report, and then the next step. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, this stems from California Health and Safety Code 116470, Section B, requiring all public water systems serving more than 10,000 service connections to prepare a brief written report in plain language. This originates from Senate Bill 1307, also known as the Calderon Sheriff Safe Drinking Water Act of 1996. Next slide, please. So the requirements based on the regulations, 3 parts. Prepare a report by July 1st. This started in 1998, and it continues every 3 years after. The current reporting year is 2022, and it spans a time period from 2019 to 2021. Second part is hold a public hearing. That's the purpose of this. And then finally, we just notify the Division of Drinking Water that the above 2 have been completed. Next slide, please. So Craig mentioned Consumer Confidence Report, Public Health Goal Report. Consumer Confidence Report, this is probably what you're more familiar with. We put this out every year, annually, whereas the Public Health Goal Report is only put out every 3 years. The requirement stems for the Consumer Confidence Report at a federal level, meaning that all water systems in the United States have to produce a Consumer Confidence Report, whereas lucky us, we're in California, public health goal reporting is required. The content in the Consumer Confidence Report, well, all detected contaminants. That includes unregulated contaminants, whereas the Public Health Goal Report only covers contaminants exceeding a public health goal or the federal equivalent, which would be a maximum contaminant level goal. Outreach for the Consumer Confidence Report, we have to provide this directly to all customers. We recently did this. The Consumer Confidence Report is up on our website and viewable. It also can be requested in a hard copy format. The Public Health Goal Report, the extent of the outreach is this, a public hearing. And to backtrack, the purpose of the regulations is to provide consumers with information on the level of contaminants in drinking water, even if below enforceable limits. I really want to emphasize that, enforceable limits. Next slide, please, Spencer. So requirements. What has to be in the content of the report? Identify detected contaminants that exceed the established public health goals. What is a detected contaminant? Well, it's the level at or above the California detection limit. So laboratories have a value that they can measure down to. Anything below that is treated as 0. California detection limits can be higher than established public health goals. It's confusing. We're basically saying we only can detect down to 1, but you're going to set a goal at 0.005. So the next part of the report, identify the category of risk to public health and disclose the numerical public health risk. We're basically saying if this contaminant is detected above this level, the risk associated with it is this, and the numerical health risk is 1 in, for example, 1 million people. Describe the best available technology, provide a cost estimate, and then propose action that will be taken. Next slide, please. This is the chunk of the presentation I really want to concentrate on. Goals versus mandatory levels. Public health goals. Who are these established by? The Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment and the EPA at the federal level. Maximum contaminant levels, state standards, federal standards are established by the State Water Resource Control Board Division of Drinking Water, or the EPA at the federal level. Public health goals are goals, they're not enforceable. Maximum contaminant levels are the standard, they are the enforceable limit that drinking water systems must meet. Public health goals are determined at a no-risk level. Basically, you go look at what is known to cause risk, and then you extrapolate down to where you can say everyone in a population exposed below this limit will have no risk. It's regardless of analytical limits, and it's theoretically based. Whereas maximum contaminant levels are established at a very low risk. They take into account state and federal limits, so what we can actually detect down to, and they consider the economics and technology. Do we actually have the technology to treat down to this level? Next slide, please. So in summary, Western's 2022 Public Health Goals Report had 7 contaminants detected above a public health goal. These are arsenic, perchlorate, bromate, gross alpha particle activity, gross beta particle activity, radium-228, and uranium. All are below maximum contaminant level compliance. The report presents cost estimates to implement best available technologies to address these 7 contaminants. These are just cost estimates again, and it is a wide range taking into account different variables. I'll stress this, Western meets all drinking water standards set to protect public health. Next slide, please. So once this meeting is adjourned, we will notify the Division of Drinking Water that we have completed the public hearing, And that will be pretty much the end of public health goal reporting for this reporting period. And that is the presentation. Are there?
All right. Thank you, Anthony.
Of course.
To summarize, public health goals are non-enforceable goals established by the California Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. Public health goals are based solely on conservative public health risk considerations. None of the practical risk management factors that are considered by the United States Environmental Protection Agency or the California Division of Drinking Water in setting drinking water standards are considered in setting the public health goals. These practical risk management factors include analytical detection capability, available and proven treatment technology, benefits, and costs. The public health goals are not a regulated drinking water standard. The report identified the following constituents as being detected above the public health goals from 2019 through 2021: arsenic, perchlorate, bromate, gross alpha particle activity, gross beta particle activity, radium-228, and uranium. However, all drinking water Western provided its customers met regulatory limits for these constituents. Best available technologies, which are the best-known methods of reducing contaminant levels, were reviewed for each of these constituents. Concentrations for these constituents are already below the maximum contaminant level. Therefore, implementing best available treatment technologies are not required. Use of the best available technology to treat the constituents identified as exceeding public health goals is estimated to increase the annual average household water bill for all of Western's service area between $18 and $3,558. The estimated cost for additional treatment to address constituents that exceed public health goals is significant. Money that would be required for these additional treatment processes might provide greater public health protection benefits if spent on other water system operations, surveillance, and monitoring programs. This report is informational only to advise the board and Western's customers of the public health goals, those constituents within the water that have exceeded public health goals, and the estimated cost to customers to meet the public health goals for identified constituents in compliance with the state and federal requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barr. We will now open the public hearing to receive any comments from any member of the public who is present during our meeting. Madam Secretary, have you received any comment cards requesting to speak on this item?
President Dinstead, I have received no request to speak, no written comments, and I see no current request to speak on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no one else who wishes to speak, the public hearing will now be closed. Do any board members wish to comment? Mr. Gardner.
Madam President, I would just observe that of the 7 contaminants that are detected above the public health goal, only perchlorate and bromate are human-caused. The arsenic, the radioactive particle activity, alpha and beta, radium-228, and uranium are naturally occurring in our groundwater, and it comes from the rock in the mountains that are the source of our water. That doesn't have anything to do really with health impacts, were there to be any, but this is our water in terms of things in it that people created is pretty darn good. It's actually pretty darn good all around, but we are particularly good, I think, on not having man-made contaminants, even at very low levels in our drinking water. So compliments on that. And with that, I would move approval. Or actually, we're just receiving and filing, right? Do we need a motion?
No, we'll need a motion.
Okay.
We'll need a motion. I'll take your motion to approve, and we'll move to anybody else who has any other comments. Director Rizvi, comments?
Comments, just a second.
Okay, I have a second from Director Rizvi, and I'll go to the directors on Zoom, Director Roten or Director Torres. Any comments?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
No comment.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just make one comment. I did receive my confidence report, so as a Western customer myself, I got my little handout and mailed to me, and I always take a look at that, and I'm always pleased to see that come in the mail, and it's always very clear of what the information is and material, and should people seek to gain more information, it provides all of those avenues. So I appreciate staff's due diligence in providing those things out in very plain language for our customers to be able to understand, and places that they can go if they should choose to really engage in more information, if that's really what does it for them. So with that, any other comments from staff on this report?
No, I don't think we have any other comments. This is, a requirement that we go through. I actually find it's probably more confusing for the public than helpful for the public, which is really unfortunate because we're trying to instill in the public the fact that we serve outstanding water quality that meets all requirements, and then you have to do an exercise like this where you say, well, theoretically, there could be something out there, and what would it cost to treat for that if you ever had to, which I think just really confuses the heck out of the public. But Western's in full compliance. Anthony and his team, the regulatory team, does an outstanding job, and Sarah's team does an outstanding job of communicating that we're in compliance. So we're happy to get this behind us, hopefully, if the board approves it, move on with serving great water.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go to our communications person. So any challenges or any comments or anything coming out for public consumption on this?
Thank you for the question, Director. I don't foresee any challenges. We've met all of our state requirements and actually have gone above and beyond in our outreach components in terms of making sure all customers were mailed notice of the water quality reports. We share it regularly through our other channels such as social media, newsletters, both in print and electronic copies, and sharing this information at a variety of community meetings and events. So I think we're in really good shape there. Staff's also prepared with messaging points when we receive questions or are out in the community and get questions about our water quality. So we should be in pretty good shape. Thank you for the question again.
And also contained on our website, is that correct? We are posting that?
Absolutely, on our website at wmwd.com.
Oh, just wanted to make sure and get that plug in there. So, all right. Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Secretary.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Isby?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to, excuse me. Sorry.
8C, can I go on
Yes,
while you're
go
getting
ahead.
over that? 8C,
Yes.
Melissa Matlock is here. This is another grant opportunity that we've found. So Melissa, you want to give us a little update?
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. So we are asking the board to adopt Resolution 3238, supporting a Bureau of Reclamation's grant application to the WaterSmart Water Energy Efficiency Program. We're asking for $668,000 to implement our water efficiency project, Western Meter Replacement Phase 3 and District Meter Area Implementation Project. The applications are due July 28th, and a resolution is a required component of the application. There is a 50% cost match, and I'm available for any questions.
I would also highlight that Leslie Cleveland is on from the Bureau, just to see how this is going. And I don't know if she has any comments she'd like to make, but we're really appreciative of everything the Bureau does, and we have a great working relationship with them.
Oh, certainly. Any comments from the folks at the Bureau?
Thank you so much. I've worked with Western Municipal Water District on several grants. We just finished up our drought plan, which I just have to comment that the staff at Western did a fabulous job, and I use fabulous because it's a keeper, and it's going to be one of our, so to speak, lead huskies for across the Bureau on how a drought plan should be done. So kudos to the Western Municipal Water District staff that worked on that, Melissa Matlock and her team. And we're excited about, we're going to have some more funding opportunities come up. I heard earlier in the presentation about infrastructure. So we do have the drought resiliency, and now that you have your drought plan completed, we're just waiting for the final approvals to come from reclamation. Those bigger funding opportunities, it's up to $5 million, will be coming out. We're right in the process of the 2022 review of the applications that were submitted. So stay tuned. I will make sure to keep Western in the loop. But again, thank you and great work from the Western Municipal Water team.
Well, thank you very much. We certainly appreciate those comments. We love to hear that about how our staff roll these things out and that it's always well received and top notch. And it's what we expect from our elite workforce. And so with that, I hope that that $5 million comes shaken out sometime in our direction soon, and hope we get rewarded with that good staff effort out there with more buckets of money, because we always want our whatever we can get, we will take for sure. Madam Secretary, any other comments from the public on this item of when we're putting our hand out for more grant money?
I see no requests to speak and no comments have been received.
Okay, any members of the board wishing to comment on this? Okay.
So move.
Okay. I have a move from somebody on Zoom, and I'm not sure who that was.
That was Director Torres.
Okay. I have a motion from Director Torres
Gardner will second.
and a second from Director Gardner. With that, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you. Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Dinstead?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We appreciate staff's hard work. We appreciate finding those dollars, and we certainly look forward to that other $5 million bucket getting open sometime soon, for sure. So thank you so much for being here today. Okay, moving on to 8D.
All right, item 8D is a request from the board to bring back some of the ordinances that we've been looking at for modifications. So we have an ad hoc committee that's been looking at this for some time. We were asked to bring it back before we are complete and maybe consider approving the first tranche of amendments. And so Mr. Ballinger's put together the write-up and can kind of present those, and then the board can decide whether to take action or not.
Sure. Good morning, Madam President and board members. The item before you is a proposed ordinance that would update the Western Municipal Water District's district code regarding board of directors. As the board will recall, the district's code review ad hoc committee has met several times since the beginning of the year to look at various provisions in our municipal code to see what provisions might need updating. They identified approximately 13 different provisions that could use some updating, and at the board meeting in June, we presented those 13 or so proposed revisions. The board asked that we narrow down those provisions to the ones that are probably more timely in light of the upcoming election cycle and potential changes on the board in November and December. And so what's before you today are approximately 6 proposed revisions to the district's municipal code, and I'll go through those individually and then make myself available for any questions. The first provision deals with rotations of officers. As the board will recall, at the beginning of the year, we identified that there's some potential ambiguity in terms of our municipal code, in the sense that it provides for what appears to be an automatic rotation of officers, but then it has kind of a caveat to that basically says that the board isn't legally required to follow that automatic rotation process. So the thought by the ad hoc committee was that we just simply remove the language that suggests that it's an automatic rotation, and instead leave it to the discretion of the board every year which is what many local public agencies do. So that would be the first proposed revision is removal of that language dealing with automatic rotation of officers. Board Member Rizzi?
Them together, or we're going one by?
That's a good question.
Are we-
The question was, is the board approving all of these together or individually? It's proposed as one ordinance that would make all of the changes, but if the board is not comfortable with any one of them or would like to make revisions and direct it back to the ad hoc committee, it's certainly within the board's discretion. But it's proposed as one ordinance changing all 6 provisions. Good question. Second provision deals with director compensation and expenses. Our ordinance, like many local public agencies, provides for stipends for attendance at meetings and other functions of district business, as well as reimbursement for expenses, for example, maybe travel expenses or whatnot. There's a provision in our code that requires directors to report those to the entire board on a regular basis. While the district does this as a matter of course and would continue to do so, the thought by the ad hoc committee was that we remove it from the code so that it doesn't appear as a legal requirement, but instead it would just continue to be a matter of practice, which again, we do on a monthly basis. So that would be the proposed revision there. The third provision is really kind of a grammatical cleanup. There's a provision in our code that deals with use of district resources. So, for example, district-owned equipment such as cell phones or iPads that the district might provide to its officials and board members. And there's the placement of the word only is a little bit confusing in the current ordinance. It currently reads, a board member will only use district-owned equipment, telephones, and materials, or other property for execution of district business. We think that it really should read, a board member will use district-owned equipment, telephones, materials, or property only for the execution of district business. In other words, we don't think we're telling the board members they can't use their personal cell phone maybe for an occasional district-related call or their personal computer for an occasional district-related call. So again, it's kind of grammatical and probably picayune, but it's correct, I think, in terms of what we think the intent is. The fourth provision deals with a general section dealing with conflict of interest rules. And what we're proposing is to kind of provide subsections in this to break out a couple of the paragraphs that really deal with different sections of state law so that it's more clear. In addition, there's one provision in here that probably inartfully describes when board members can continue to sit at the dais when they have conflicts. The current code references uncontested matters. It's under the Political Reform Act, it's not really a matter of whether it's uncontested or not. It's whether you have a particular interest that would allow you to speak as a member of the public. So we're clarifying that, and we're really just referring to the State Political Reform Act rather than trying to articulate it in detail here, because those rules under the Political Reform Act do change from time to time. So we're just cleaning that up and referring to the state law. In addition, in this provision, the Conflict of Interest Code currently provides that board members will not recommend for employment at the district any relative. The subcommittee thought that this should probably be broadened to apply to not just relatives of board members, but really to any individuals. That the board, with some exceptions, really should not be recommending to the district who should be employed. It really puts the supervisors and the employing district employees in an uncomfortable position to have board members recommending folks, again, whether they're relatives or not. So this provision expands that prohibition to really any person. The board should not be recommending for employment any person, with some exceptions for those situations where the board itself does make hiring decisions, such as the general manager and legal counsel. The next provision deals with solicitation and acceptance of political contributions. The district's municipal code currently is a little bit unclear in terms of identifying which district employees, officers, or contractors can be solicited for contributions or not, and it currently provides that district employees, officers, consultants, or contractors, as well as vendors or consultants, cannot be solicited for contributions, but it's not clear if that only applies to existing contractors or maybe former contractors who are no longer doing work for the district. So the subcommittee thought that it would be appropriate to clarify this, that we're really talking about current district employees, officers, and consultants, as well as vendors and bidders who have submitted a bid or a potential contract to the district recently within the last 3 months following the date of a decision. So in this update and revision mirrors state law, and so it would bring the district's code into conformance with state law dealing with political contributions. The next proposed revision deals with referral of violations of ethics policies. The code currently provides that the district is empowered to address violations of its ethics policies by means such as adoption of sanctions, commonly referred to as a censure, seeking injunctive relief from a court, or referral of those violations to the district attorney's office or the grand jury. Those remedies or consequences exist under the law, whether they're spelled out in our code or not. And so the subcommittee, as well as staff and legal counsel, felt that it would be just as well to remove those provisions and leave it to what exists under state law. And then finally, there's a provision in our district municipal code dealing with referral of violations of ethics policies, and it currently provides that perceived violations of the policy by board members should be referred to the president of the board for investigation. The proposed revision deals with situations that might occur in the future where the president himself or herself is involved, and provides that in those situations the potential violation is referred to the vice president rather than the president. Finally, Board Member Gardner pointed out that there's a typo in one of the provisions dealing with the update of our conflict of interest code. Under state law, that conflict of interest code needs to be updated every 2 years, which the word for that is biannually with an E. And the proposed ordinance says biannually, which is 2 times a year. So kudos to Board Member Gardner for reading that and catching that. So should the board wish to adopt the ordinance, we would make that clarification as well. And I think
just
grammar
trying
teachers,
to save a little work.
Grammar teachers everywhere would appreciate his eagle eye there. That concludes my staff presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Okay. I'm going to go to any public comment first. So is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item?
I see no requests to speak, and I've received no requests.
Okay. I'll bring it back up for any comments by the members of that particular committee to discuss.
Well, let me start, if I may. First, I'd like to thank Director Torres and all of our staff who've been involved in this. It's been quite a bit of work. Some of it was not real easy to do. I think what is before us is good and appropriate. I did find one more place where we may want to add a word, and it's on page 316 of the agenda packet. It is in the soliciting political contributions language of the actual resolution. Second sentence reads, "A board member will not knowingly accept, solicit, or direct a political contribution from A, district employees or officers, consultants, or contractors, or B," and it goes on. I think we might want to insert the word current right after the A in parentheses, so it would read, shall not solicit contributions from a current district employees or officers, consultants, or contractors.
Board Member Gardner, you're correct. In fact, in the staff report, that word "current" is in there. It didn't make its way into the ordinance, but I agree with you that I think that was the intent of that provision. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that was our discussion and the intent of the committee's recommendation. So I'd just like to get that into the language of the proposed ordinance, assuming that the board wishes to adopt it. And other than that, I don't have comments. I would like to see this go forward. I'm prepared to make a motion when the time is correct for doing so.
Okay, let me get a couple more, see if there's any more comments. Director Torres, did you have any comments as a member of this subcommittee or ad hoc committee, whatever we want to call it?
Excuse me. Sorry, I have a sore throat, so if I'm speaking too low, let me know. I appreciate staff time and Director Gardner for taking the time to look at these provisions. We have more to look at after this, but we thought it'd be a good time to bring this to your consideration. There were some, as our legal counsel said, some provisions that were outdated or overextended past state law, and so we wanted to kind of bring them current. I am concerned about public perception of us changing anything that has to do with elections. So maybe that's a conversation we can have if the rest of the board agrees. But otherwise, I'm okay with us being current with the way the state has the way the state has their language.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, none of the proposed revisions to the ordinance deal with upcoming elections. There is a provision that kind of clarifies rules regarding political contributions, but there's nothing in this ordinance that deals with our upcoming election.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Director Risby, comments? Is your mic on?
I had a question regarding the list of current vendors. We cannot accept donations from current vendors or contractors. How do, as board of directors, we even know who are current? Do we get a list of current vendors that we cannot accept money? How does that work? Just wanted to clarify this in case of there are so many vendors that come up. I have no idea who they are.
Well, we do have a list of vendors, but the reason this was discussed is that is a huge vendor list of old and new vendors, and so the proposal is that we would have only current vendors, so we would have to provide you with a list.
It's just to make it a little clearer, it's not just current vendors, it's vendors that will be deciding on an item and then 3 months past that. So you could be a current vendor and we haven't decided. In 6 months, you could solicit them. Is that correct, or did I misunderstand that?
Board Member Torres, I believe you're correct. So I think staff will need to provide a list of current contractors and vendors, as well as those who have bids that are pending, and for 3 months after those bids are pending. So there will be some work on staff's part that we have to do to help our board members implement this.
Yeah. Well, and as always, there is a burden on a candidate who is raising political funds to attempt to identify any potential donor that might be a conflict and to avoid soliciting them, and if they on their own make a contribution to return that contribution if you recognize that they are on our prohibited list, whatever that list might be. And I think we're all pretty good about that, but one of the drivers of this is our current list of vendors is hundreds and hundreds of pages long. I want to say roughly 800, it may only be 6, but it is 8, Tammy is telling me. And, you know, I have no idea, and actually some of them may have no idea whether they are whether they should be on a list of people who would have a material interest in what a candidate would do if they were elected to the board. The real intent here is to avoid a situation where there is even an appearance that accepting a political contribution will influence the way a director treats a contractor, vendor, employee, any of those things. And I think this language accomplishes that.
Yes, I agree, Director Gardner. And just to be clear, it does soften a little bit of the restrictions that we have. And again noted, as long as we're not making any decisions at a current board meeting or 3 months after, we are still able to solicit them, even if they are a current vendor. It's when business is pending. Whereas right now we just can't solicit from that long list that that Director Gardner has spoken on.
Okay. Other comments? Did you have any other comments,
No,
Director
I'm
Risby?
good, I'm good.
Okay. Director Roten, any comments?
Well, of course.
We love to hear them.
Go right ahead.
A couple of them are really just for clarification. So the rotation of officers section, I like what you've done with that. I feel like I'm telling someone how they've remodeled their house. I like what you've done with that. I was curious if there was any discussion about limiting the number of consecutive terms in any particular position. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I just was wondering if it came up. I do like the way that it's written, the new way now, that gives the board the flexibility that I think they should have in deciding, you know, who fills those roles each year. But it did cross my mind about number of terms.
I don't think we discussed that.
I don't recall the committee discussing that, but as a point of clarification, our ordinance currently provides that the term of president shall not be for more than 2 successive terms. So we do currently have a term limit of sorts for that particular officer, but if the board would like to direct the committee to look at that, the board certainly can.
So that would remain as is then, is what you're saying?
Correct. That
Oh,
term
okay,
limit is not
okay.
being changed by this proposed ordinance.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Okay, so the next section, I think I'm good on what qualifies. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes here to. Oh, I think you, Mr. Ballinger, I think when you spoke of this one, that you answered my question that I had on that one. Use of district resources, that looked good. I mean, they all look good. I don't mean to sound like I'm judging each one. Just looking good, meaning I didn't have a question. Conflict of interest rules. Oh, a couple questions. And I totally understand the reasoning for this clarification, but just wanted to be clear. So then that would mean if someone were applying for a job, anyone were applying for a job at Western, and they asked us if we would be a reference, then we would have to say no. Is that correct?
I think
That's actually a good question, but I think the way we saw it was that I couldn't say, "Hey, Craig, my Aunt Sally is applying for, so whatever job. Please consider her." I think that's how we saw it, but I like the way that you framed that question, Director Routen.
Director Routen, that is a good question. The ordinance speaks in terms of board members not recommending the employment of any person. I think if, at least under this ordinance, under this language, if the board member were somehow actively involved in being a reference, I think that would fall within this ordinance. If the applicant put a board member as a referral without any participation by the board member, I don't think that would be covered by this. But again, if the board would like that to be clarified in one direction or another, you can. I might suggest it might get kind of hard to regulate what applicants do in terms of putting board members on as a reference. This was really more intended to, I think, protect district staff from being put in an uncomfortable position of having their board members maybe, making recommendations for employment, which puts them in a difficult position.
And I understand that. So I think I'm hearing you say then, so if someone were applying and unbeknownst to us, they put our name down as a reference, obviously we don't even know that they did, but I guess what I was thinking of is sometimes people will ask if we'll do a letter of reference, and it may not even, I'm talking about just in general. I've had people say to me, "Oh, I'm applying for a job at, business A, B, or C. Would you write me a letter of recommendation or a letter of reference?" So that was more what I was thinking of. It kind of seems like, oh, go ahead.
I think that type of active participation by a board member would fall within this prohibition. Writing a letter of recommendation probably would. In other words, I don't think this prohibition is limited to in-person recommendations. I think a letter of recommendation would also fall within this prohibition.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. And then I didn't quite catch what Mike said about, this is on agenda page 309. He mentioned biannually. That's not the right word?
So under state law, the district is required to update our conflict of interest code, which is a code that identifies which district employees have to file Form 700. So that has to be done every 2 years. Our current code, our current municipal code says that is to be updated annually. We attempted to conform that to state law by saying biannually, but the correct term for every 2 years is biannually with an E, not biannually with an A. So the proposed revision would change the current word annually to biannually.
There you go.
Okay, that was the part I didn't quite hear all of that. Okay, thank you. Made myself a note. Okay, then let's see. I had a question mark on agenda page 310, item B. Board member may not have a financial interest in a contract with the district or be a purchaser at a sale. Oh, I don't know why I had a question mark there. Okay, we'll move on from that. Let's see. Oh, I was curious about this term. It's down 2/3 of the way through that first section. It says, unless the matter has been placed on the portion of the agenda reserved for uncontested matters. What is that? I've never heard an agenda referred to as that.
That is what we commonly refer to as the consent calendar.
Right.
The Political Reform Act uses this phrase, reserved for uncontested matters, but it's what we all know as the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That was it on that section. And I think that you all covered the solicitation of political contributions. I appreciated that. And let's see, the last, I think my last question / comment is on page 312 in the last section of the staff report, 2.15.170 referral of violations. I was wondering if the committee discussed at all looking at, instead of reporting to the president, reporting to legal counsel. And I'm only asking that. I'm not saying it should be done one way or another. Again, I'm the newest here on the board. You all have had this policy for a really long time, and I'm sure there's history and reasoning behind it. So I'm not trying to say it should be changed. But for me, I feel like legal counsel is more of an objective outside authority. And, obviously legal counsel has all the rules and knows what should and shouldn't be going on and that kind of thing. So I'm just putting that out there to ask if that was considered at all, or perhaps why we do it the way we do.
Director Roughton, I'm really glad you brought that up, because that was one of my recommendations. I think objectivity is incredibly important. I would be happy. There's still more to the ethics policy that we're looking at, and I think it would be good for us to go back and look at that. That was one of my suggestions too. Was that that things be reported to legal counsel as opposed to the president or vice president. So I think it would be good for us to take this back, especially because we're still looking at the ethics policy as a whole.
Okay, that sounds like it might be something that at least another conversation it's worthy of maybe another conversation.
I agree.
I agree as well. So we can
I think
talk
it's
about it.
worth,
Yeah.
I think it's worth talking about a little more. I think it really needs to be both. I like having another board member, and I think the president, because of the position, is probably the right board member. But board members sometimes look at things a little differently than others do, and there may be a concern or a lack of a concern from a board member perspective that might not be recognized by legal counsel. So I think it should be both, but when we get to a motion, my motion will be to not include the language on this one, and for approval of the remainder.
Yeah, bring it back to the drawing board.
And then we'll kick it around more in committee and figure what we think the best recommendation is. At least that would be my motion, if that's what the board would like to do.
Okay. Any other comments, Director Roughton, before we continue forward?
No, I think that was it. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. I just have a couple of quick questions, points of clarification. I like the rotation because, that language was very confusing. Either we do this or we do this. So I like that you guys kind of picked one and we move forward with that. So that's great. My question under director compensation, is this section only discussing the expenses and not the circumstances of which compensation is received?
Correct. This really only deals with reimbursed expenses or requested reimbursements for expenses. It does not deal with per diem. So for instance, under AB 1234, if the board attends a function, an aqua function or whatnot, those reports would still have to be made at the next regular board meeting. This really only deals with expenses.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood that. The use of district resources that you went through, I like the fact that you changed the use of words, because meaning what you say and saying what you mean are two different things, right? So it's that makes it very clear as to what that is all about, and I'm good with all of those things. The conflict of interest code, that was a good catch on your part for what, grammar is everything, right? Understanding definitions of words. One point I did want to ask under here, I get nepotism and I get all that, and I get the referrals and using, letters of reference or however you want to put it, and that's fine with me. When you go down here to the restrictions shall not apply to the employment of positions that are employed or retained directly by the board, such as positions of general manager or legal counsel. The only other direct report that we have are the auditors, and we solicit that by RFP. So I don't really see any reason why we wouldn't just specifically call out general manager and legal counsel.
That's a fair point, and those are really examples, and that's why we use the word such as. So if there are other positions like our auditors, they would be included in this language. If the board would like to add that category to call it out, the board is more than welcome to do that in this ordinance if you'd like to.
Yeah, I think that's, because since we're talking about that, I think it's just a matter of conversation at this point right now and what your pleasure is. So either we make recommendations of the auditor and be able to put that in the language as a possibility, or we stick with our current process because finance staff puts out an RFP when we hire the auditors, although the auditors are one of our 3 direct reports. That comes to general manager, general counsel, and the auditors are our 3 direct reports. So I just wanted to call that out because if we're doing the update, let's do the update.
No, I think that makes sense, but I would caution us against trying to create a all-inclusive list because over time, that may change. I don't want to have to go back and amend our code to allow some other direct report that this board or a future board may decide they wish to have. So I think the such as needs to stay, but I don't have any issue at all with adding auditor to general manager, general counsel, and auditors.
Okay. I just, wanted to clarify if we're going to do them, let's just add them in there.
I don't want anybody to think that this is intended to be an all-inclusive list because we will forget something that would be on that list or something will get added to the list later.
No, exactly. And I understand the whole purpose of this is to kind of bring us into the modern era. So I don't want to do that. I just want to make sure that I understand, those are currently what our 3 are right now. So
there's no intent to exclude the auditor.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to do that. And then on your soliciting political contributions, I have a question. If there's more to this section that you are going to be looking at, because it talks about how a director may not use the district's logo, stationery, or any other thing. I think any work product as well should be included in that. So if district staff are putting together informational items, I don't think a director should be using that for their political gain, whether it be for doing whatever. So I just wanted to know if this is just kind of one little section here, or is there someplace else that kind of thing is called out?
I don't think there is. I think the reason this ordinance talks about logo stationery, it's kind of based on an election code provision in state law dealing with misusing public agency logos that would kind of tend to lead the public to believe that the agency is somehow endorsing a candidate. When you get into use of information, that becomes a little bit trickier because once information is out there, it's out there. If the board would like to direct the committee to look at that or legal counsel to look at that, we certainly can. I don't think there's anything else in our municipal code that addresses that type of use of information or district work product. At least
I didn't see that either, and again, it's not intended to be an all-inclusive list.
Right.
I mean, under the logo side, you know, I would argue that includes a photograph of our building. Or any other building that says Western Municipal Water District. So,
Identifiable, yeah.
yeah.
Right, for sure, for sure.
I
So,
think the intent is there, and direct answer to your question is, there's not another section that I am aware of, and the committee has not discussed another section, but,
okay, well, I mean, I think we get what the intent would be, and maybe that's discussion for the committee to have further down, if there's a place you can plug it in, or something you could create, if necessary, and just, you know, to entertain the conversation.
okay.
I think the FPPC has a list or guidelines of how that works, and that's for any race. Maybe that's a good starting point.
Yeah, so maybe it's just something that you guys can have some dialogue on and bring back, just for a point of discussion, because it isn't just about this board, it's about future boards and
Right.
anybody else that was going in there, and I don't want to, hey, Tammy, put this together for me so I can go ahead and, you know, use it for my own political run or whatever, just as a sake of conversation. So that would be great if you guys could, you know, entertain a discussion on that. Other than that, that's the only other comments that I had, and I know that this has been a really large undertaking for you guys, and it's a necessary evil. It's something that needed to be done. It hadn't been done in a really long time, and you know, it's always good to modernize and refresh and keep up with the times, which is certainly what the intention is of our administrative code, to be a document that's a living document moving forward. So my only other comment would be for future discussions to look at and take into consideration. I would like to see the Zoom platform and virtual platforms discussed, because I don't foresee this going away anytime in the future. And what that means, if there's a section or something that we need to create that addresses that, director participation, how we handled the Zoom platform, those types of things, that we just take that into consideration as we move forward with discussions on updating the code. And then I'd also like to know if there's any specific document that calls out officer duties and what those duties and responsibilities might be as you look forward, just to bring back to the board that yes, there is, or no, there's not, and perhaps you guys can have a little bit of a discussion about what those things are. Because I think it's really important for somebody going into that role to understand what they're going to be held responsible for, accountable for, time commitment, duties, whatever. So I think it's kind of important that you put that together if it's not up to speed with that.
Good point.
So those are kind of just my few little comments moving forward. Other than that, are there any other comments, or did that generate any further discussion from the committee members or any other members of the board? Okay, hearing none, and
I would then like to offer a motion.
Okay.
And my motion is to approve the.
wait a second. Are you ready?
If we could please take this slowly, because this will be a different motion than what is currently published.
Yes.
So I want to make
So-
sure I'm getting it correct.
Okay.
Okay. So my motion is to approve the recommended motion with the two changes in language, one changing biannual to biennial, and the other is in the actual proposed draft language of section 2.15.080, adding the word current, and to exclude from our action today any action on section 2.15.170, referral of violations of ethics policy. we'll defer that to a later date.
And just for clarification, that last section actually has two changes proposed. One is the reference to referring things to the vice president. Then the other proposed change was the remedies. Is it the intent that we make neither of those two changes, or only the one dealing with referral to the vice president? I just want to make it
Yeah,
clear.
no, the motion would include it would exclude only the referral to president or vice president.
Okay, so we will continue to remove the language dealing with remedies such as censure, referral to the DA or grand jury.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. And I'm looking to see if Madam Secretary has been able to capture those changes.
Yes, thank you, President Denstedt.
All right. So that is the motion for consideration. I am looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Director Gardner and a second from Director Rizvi. We will go ahead and call for the vote.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Rizvi?
Yes.
Director Gardner?
Aye.
Director Torres?
Aye.
Director Denstedt?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, before we go on, just clarification, because this will modify campaign contributions to some extent. What is the effective date of this action? When is it actually in effect and a board member could accept a contribution from a non-current contractor?
That's a good question. So the ordinance provides that it becomes effective 30 days after the date of its passage. Its date of its passage is today because the board adopted it today. So it'll be 30 days after today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could we get a list of who we are not allowed to solicit? Since that list has now been reduced. Excuse me.
Yeah, we'll pull that together for the directors.
Okay. So, moving on, and the committee has direction for where you're going to pick up and how you're going to continue forward, because you guys still have how much section left? How much of the administrative code do you have to cover?
Volume-wise, the vast majority.
Okay.
Work-wise, maybe not as much, but we will get through all of it, and as my understanding is that we have specific requests that have been made of the committee to pay some attention to some things, and I believe I saw legal counsel making notes of those.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you for the committee members. Your due diligence is appreciated, and I know it's an undertaking, so thank you for that. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to reports today. Our first report will be from General Counsel. Sir.
Nothing to report, but I'm glad to be back.
Okay, thank you, sir. Welcome back. You're refreshed, recharged, and ready to go, right? Okay, absolutely. Thank you. All right, General Manager and staff reports. Mr. Miller.
Sure. Let me get started. Want to let the board know that we had an Emergency Operations Center training and exercise. That was a 3-day exercise. We had over 40 staff members. That went very well. We bring in a third party to help us out and observe, and we got very high praise from the third independent party about how great the EOC staff members all worked together and what a great job they did. So that was good to hear. Northwell update. As you know, the Northwell, we were having some challenges of in watercolor. It's an aesthetic thing, not a water quality thing. So we took the Northwell offline. We hired a national expert to come in and evaluate that. We've wrestled with whether that is a result of the well or a residual in the existing pipelines. And so we're getting to the bottom of that still. and we're getting a lot closer. We also are going to add a sound attenuation device onto the well, which will be installed by staff shortly, and that well hopefully will be put back in service again in August. So we're making good progress there. And with that, it's been a long meeting. I'll cut it off there. And then Melissa's here. You know, we have a lot of talk about grants, and so Melissa's just going to give us a quick annual grant summary of how we've been doing.
Great. Hi again.
Hi.
So since we just finished the fiscal year, I thought it'd be great to bring our efforts that we've done this past fiscal year back to you guys. I know you've all seen me a lot up here, so I just wanted to give you a little fresh of what we've been doing and what we're going to be focusing on in the next year. So next slide. So just a reminder, you know, we've developed this grant program here at Western, and we have some objectives there, creating a more formalized and focused program that really addresses all departments, align our program with our strategic priorities and capital improvement and facilities plan, and we're strategically selecting Western's highest value and timely projects for grant applications, with the goal of hopefully increasing application submissions and rate of grant awards, overall creating a successful program that can be efficiently implemented long-term. Next slide. So for our fiscal year 22 activity, we prepared 11 applications. That's why you've probably seen me once a month here getting resolution requests done. 4 applications, approximately $9.4 million, have been awarded out of this, and we still have 5 pending applications with $13 million hopefully going to be awarded to us. We'll think positive there. Next slide. Our grant success story. So over the fiscal years, this is how we're tracking. So we started this program really kicking off in fiscal year 19, seeing some increases in the grant awards, a number of applications submitted. Fiscal year 21, we knocked it out of the park, and fiscal year 22, even more out of the park, with 11 submissions and over $20 million of still awarded and pending applications that we have there. We do have some still from fiscal year 21 that have been submitted but have not received decisions. FEMA takes a really long process to go through their application. First it goes to Cal OES, then if you move on to the next stage, you go to FEMA and they review it, and we have been moved on to that last stage for 2 projects. So you can see there's still some pending grant opportunities listed there. Next slide. So kicking off this next fiscal year, you know, we've already brought 3 resolutions to the board for applications to be submitted in this next quarter. That's about $11 million planned just for quarter 1. Next slide. We're also looking at every source possible. So federal, the Bureau of Reclamation, what Leslie Cleveland was mentioning about that drought resiliency, we already applied for that one last fiscal year. We have lists of projects to apply for this fiscal year. We're looking at EPA, looking at how the state's going to be implementing their new influx of federal dollars, the federal earmarks, Cal OES statewide, and then also local funding through WRCOG and Metropolitan. Next slide. So just in summary, we have tripled the grant award dollars from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. That's awarded. We've doubled the number of applications. We're starting off fiscal year 23 really strong, and doing this all using our existing staff expertise and teamwork. So overall, this is a huge value to district and Western's customers. Applying for grant opportunities really allows Western to pair our exceptional customer experience with the delivery of safe, reliable drinking water and wastewater services in a fiscally responsible manner. Next slide. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Questions by anybody?
Can you get more money this fiscal year than last fiscal year?
I'll do my best to try. All we can do
I
is
know you
apply.
will.
Yeah.
That'll be a challenge. You did very well last year.
Yes.
Director Roten has her hand up.
Okay, Director Roten?
I think I pushed the wrong thing. That was supposed to be a clapping hand.
Oh. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that.
Sorry. Great job.
Great. Melissa, for the in-progress projects with grant funding, so for your $9 million, I just want to look at your math here, okay? Because I'm looking at StarCup with a big number. So how are you accounting for, because StarCup's been going for a while, and I know, so I just want to make sure that we understand how you're counting your 9.4, because there's some other bigger dollars than that here.
Absolutely. So The 9.4 is just this fiscal year that was awarded. So that's the new grant funds. SARCUP was, it's been a long program. We received that back in 2018. So that would, 26 would really account for that. And then in the overall graph of charts, we excluded SARCUP because that's kind of a different, outside of the realm of the grant program process. But in the table that you're seeing, those are all active grants, which definitely total up to more. But the graphs that you had seen in the 9.4 is on a fiscal year basis that we're looking at, the new efforts.
Okay, now that makes it perfect sense. So, because I'm looking at the math, going, okay. I like bigger dollars. So, because just for the sake of anybody listening to this, we've gotten over 26 million for SARCUP. So that's been a long haul and it's been a long process, and we've had a huge amount of money for grant awards. And one of these days, I'd really love to hear what our percentage total is that comes out to be that we have out of capital improvements, what that grant money offsets have been. So I'm sure the finance guys can come up with some kind of entertaining number that would really show what that is over the course of some of these projects or over our CIP or year to year, some creative way to really demonstrate the success that staff has had and the dollars that have been brought into this region, because this is no small feat. You guys have really elevated and brought a lot of dollars in here, and I really want the public to see and understand what that is. So just a comment. So, and finance staff is shaking their head at me, going, they've got a calculator that goes up that high, so that's great.
The engineers will help Kevin with the math.
So, oh, here we go. Hey, as long as I see a big number, that's great. I just want to see. So, if we could look at it short-term, long-term, that's awesome. So thank you for that. Appreciate it, Melissa.
All right.
Okay, any other comments?
Great job, Melissa. Great job, staff.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Melissa. One oversight on my part, back to Northwell, we are going to have a pop-up at Thoroughbred and Kentucky Derby on Thursday, the 28th in the evening from 5 to 7. All the board members are welcome to go out there, but it's our opportunity to actually meet with the neighbors when they get home from work and get them to walk out and we can explain what's going on. So just wanted to highlight that. Sorry about that. Forgot that.
Okay.
Mr. Mascaro, we're going to do kind of a wrap-up on our arrearage program.
Right, it's been about 4 months since we last gave a presentation, and this next slide, I think, speaks 1,000 words. So let's go ahead and look at the next slide. And this represents our past due retail customer balances, 60-day or more, 61 days or more past due. You can see way in the beginning on the far left, March of 2020, close to zero. And then over this last 2 years and 4 months, we've been looking at this graph rise and rise and rise, and it peaked at about 800,000. That drop you see there in December is when we received the water portion of the California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program. So the state's arrearage program, we got almost $600,000 there, offset to some degree by other growing receivables, but that was a nice benefit to our customers, and I'll be talking about that in just a moment. Rose a little bit, and then what's new is the declining line. That's when we began to implement, reinstitute, I suppose, our shutoffs. And so customers were working with our customer service staff, vice versa, to establish payment arrangements, and so you see another continued drop. You may recall, too, that I reported that our shutoffs, once we reinstated those, continued to be about half per week, 20, compared to what they were pre-COVID, about 40. So we credit that significant drop in shutoffs, weekly shutoffs, to the fact that Senate Bill 998 that went into law extended the amount of time and noticing to our customers before shutoff, and then also we're delivering the final notice via FedEx, which gets a lot of attention. So that has helped tremendously keep our shutoffs lower than historically. And then now at the very far right, we're down to 26,000 past due balance. It represents about 85 customers, and they all have a payment arrangement that they're working through. Interestingly, today's shutoff, because it's Wednesday, only 4.
Wow.
So 4 on the list today. So it bounces around, but depending on what the circumstances are. So that's good news to report. In the next slide, I'll mention here that the arrearage program, just shy of $600,000 for the water part. 653 customers received that benefit. It's about 2.5% of our customers. And then wastewater, you'll recall that the state did a phase 1 and phase 2. Unfortunately, it wasn't done together because we would have had more wastewater eligible at that time, but this came notably later, and customers were already beginning to pay their bills and to avoid shutoff, to get into payment arrangements, et cetera. It's only got about $30,000 there. Those 84 customers are a subset of the 653. But what I don't think I've mentioned is that the state had an amount that they would reimburse to us. So we got about $20,000 for our administrative costs, primarily labor, right? And then also the mailing costs for when we notified customers. So it's a good news story there as well. So just about $620,000 or so from the state. Tremendous help to our customers. And again, good news on the shutoffs. Granted, anything over 1 is not good, but it certainly is a positive story that they're half of what they were prior to COVID. So, and we hope that we will not be bringing any future reports to you of this nature.
Fantastic. That's great. I can't remember a day ever where we've only had 4 shutoffs.
If I could just add as well, if you do me that pleasure, I think this report is also a huge testament to the board's leadership in identifying a major problem early on in the pandemic to set policy that changed how we can accommodate customers in their time of need, all the way to staff who had to track, follow everything that the state was doing, keep up with the different requirements, the different funding sources to make sure that our customers had access to that, and then at the same time come back, work with our customers to let them know how things were changing yet again when it was time to start paying bills and implement that new program in terms of how we notice them. So really a tremendous effort all the way around and a huge effort by staff. So kudos to them and our customer service team who made that happen and saw that dramatic reduction.
Oh, absolutely. Any other comments from members of the board? Questions? Okay. Well, this is great stuff, and I'm glad to hear that all of our customers have entered into payment arrangements, that you guys have really gotten some response back from our folks that are now wanting to talk to us about this. We're not the bad guy. We're trying to help you, and we've got available resources to do that. And so I'm glad to see that that's really working. And so kudos to staff for really not giving up and keep towing the line and getting that all taken care of. So that's really a good news story. So thank you very much for that. Okay. Mr. Miller, anything else you'd like to?
That concludes staff's comments.
Okay, great. All right, we'll move quickly here through director reports and requests. SAPA.
SAPA met yesterday, issued some somewhat routine contracts, $567,000 in support of the City of Riverside's East Side Climate Collaborative, which is called We Can. It's a turf removal project that will not cost Western any money. The money flows from other sources. They did approve a couple of things with the cloud seeding demonstration project, including awarding the contract and authorizing the general manager to sign all necessary documents. The hope is to have it up and operable by November 15th of this year as we start to get some fall storms, see if we can't coax a little water out of them. A contract with Inland Empire Resource Conservation District for arundo removal in the upper reaches of the Santa Ana River. That is really important for a number of reasons. The plant is a real fire hazard, but perhaps of more interest to us, it sucks up just huge amounts of water and can inhibit water flow. It's a plant, it's an invasive plant, and if you get significant water flow, it can transport a little piece of the plant from upstream to downstream, and when it washes up on a sandbar, it will sprout. So you really do need to start upstream and work your way downstream, try to get rid of this stuff. And then the last thing was we had a receive and file on a Santa Ana River watershed stormwater assessment opportunity. It's a grant of sorts from the Bureau of Reclamation. They would put in $375,000 worth of staff time. The intent from SOPA staff is to look at trying to come up with a single document that would list all of the stormwater capture activities within the Santa Ana River watershed. We being the 5-member agencies, all have stormwater capture facilities, plans, dreams, hopes. They'd like to consolidate all that in one place, and they're really pushing for some distributed stormwater capture, things that could benefit disadvantaged communities, because they believe that's where grant money will be available. I've raised some significant questions about some of this. We all have other large-scale stormwater capture things that we would like to do. Valley District in particular has got a very long list of them, and they can't get money for it. I would rather invest money in the large centralized stormwater capture facilities than a bunch of small decentralized ones, just because of operational efficiencies, economics of scale. And one of the things they're pushing is what they're calling dry wells, which is essentially a hole in the ground surrounded by gravel, and when rain comes, it goes into that hole in the ground and then ultimately percolates into the water table. But they can be subject to plugging from silt, that gravel layer around the pipe. The well casing can plug fairly quickly. And you normally put those in a location where you've got a harder surface to collect the stormwater, like a street or a parking lot. And to go put a bunch of these facilities in streets or parking lots is going to create a significant problem during construction and potentially during maintenance over time. So I believe staff is going to meet with the general managers again on this, and may or may not come back with a proposal for applying for that grant, and that would, if the grant is awarded and if SOPA participates, it would be at a cost of $75,000 from each of the 5-member agencies. So I am a skeptic on this one.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right. Moving on to Met Report. Obviously, we got a very nice presentation today over the Colorado River and what's going on and what Met's efforts have been. Special workshops that are coming forward, so I'm looking forward to that. One item that we're particularly interested in that happened for the July 12th meeting was the agreement between us and Harupa Community Services District and Met was all approved. So that's, yes, the LRP agreement. So that was good news. So we didn't get the same hiccup that we did with the Rubidoux one. So, but we'll take it. So moving forward along, a lot of contracts are being authorized and adopted, a lot of money moving hands right now for the contracts, constructions for CIP stuff. And then the other thing that was of interest that I have to tell you that I was really relieved over was hopefully the end to the Shaw Law Group investigation reports. and those being voted down to release to the public. Met has hired a new person. I'm trying to remember her name, and it's eluding me right now. That's the new EEO officer for Metropolitan. She made an excellent argument, and it was kind of my concern from the get-go, is the fact that, people come forward with complaints for treatment, for something that's happened, for an incident that's happened, and they're told at the time that they're making this report that their identity is going to be protected, that there's going to be, it's going to be an anonymous type of thing so that an investigation can be conducted. And then all of a sudden, all these people wanted all of this not to be confidential anymore and wanted to have it all be released to the public with all of this information. And that's just wrong. And I think it really prevents people from doing the right thing in the future if they're worried that they're going to have some other action take place or their identity is going to be revealed, and it really takes away that ability for somebody to come forward should they be worried about being questioned, judged, attacked, whatever. And I really believe firmly that what the EEO officer said, we have a duty and a responsibility to protect all participants in this, all individuals in this, from the report of the investigation to the end result of the investigation and whatever actions had to take place because of the investigation. I think that confidentiality is important for investigation purposes and for moving forward. So I was glad to see that has been put to rest and that report was not released publicly to put people's identities out there unnecessarily. So look forward to all of the activities going on at Metropolitan come up. Obviously, there's a lot of challenges. We saw that in the report that was earlier by Bill and some of the other things that are going on. We are actively recruiting right now for the auditor controller who is recently retired. I've been placed on that subcommittee for a review of those applicants moving forward to bring a new person in to fulfill that position, which is a direct report to the board. So I will keep you posted on those events as I can. All right, moving forward, Chino Basin.
Chino Basin Water Master was dark this month.
Okay, great. CDA.
Okay, I covered that one for Director Torres, who had a conflict. Two actions, both fairly routine. One was a $122,500 contract with Carollo Engineers for some efficiency improvements in the desalter pellet slurry pumps. And the second was a $360,000 contract with Evoqua Water Technologies for granulated activated carbon. And that was it.
Okay, thank you. RCRA.
They were dark this month. They will meet September 22nd.
Okay, thank you very much. WRCOG, we've had two meetings. One was for the day after General Assembly to kind of have a debrief and talk about some things. So given the length of our meeting today, if there are any board members in attendance that had any comments in relationship to General Assembly, positive or negative, happy to receive those comments. Should you want to give me a call or shoot me an email, I'd be happy to share that with the group because we always look for opportunities. Hey, we did this really well, or hey, we'd like to see something different. So it is for all of us to be able to opine on. And then a lot of discussion has been going on about TUMF right now, so that really doesn't involve us. And we continue to move forward on the PACE issues and the litigation involving those circumstances, which are all currently being discussed in closed session, so I really can't have too much more to comment on those. But I will keep you posted as that information becomes available. Okay, moving on to SIRA.
It was canceled this month.
Okay, well, you're just getting off really easy today, so.
There were no meetings.
All right. Nothing to report from Aqua. I don't know that we have anything to report on that. So looking for director's comments. I'll start with Director Rizvi.
No comments, thank you.
Okay, Director Gardner, any comments?
Just very quickly, I did enjoy the General Assembly. Very nice centerpieces, by the way.
Yes.
The speaker was really interesting. It's Steve Wozniak. The co-hosts or facilitators attempted to steer the conversation and were immediately unsuccessful, and were unsuccessful for the remainder of the presentation. But Mr. Wozniak is a character, has been involved in all kinds of interesting things, some of which I did not know about. It was very entertaining. Although for me, the most entertaining part was watching the facilitators try to steer things.
No argument there. Okay. And of course, you know, as a side note, if there are any suggestions for a future keynote speaker, I'm certainly open to hearing those suggestions. So that's just put that down the road. Okay, Director Roten, any comments today?
Actually, I have a question for Mike on his on the SAPA report out. I seem to recall that when we got the presentation about the cloud seeding, that they were wanting to go forward, as you said, I think it was for kickoff in November, but they were waiting for some funding that they thought they were going to get. They were pretty sure. And so I seem to recall they were sort of taking a leap of faith that they were going to receive that. And I was curious. They
did leap in faith. The grant award will come right around first of the year.
Oh.
Yeah, a little after first of the year. They are still pretty confident that they will get the money, but it will affect the costs to the member agencies by 50%, whether that grant is successful or not successful.
Okay. But it's still looking, they still think it's going to come through, but just not till January.
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned the dry wells, and just as fun fact, I guess, Harupa Valley has a few dry wells that were put in, I don't know, probably within the last 5 or 6 years, over in the old Mira Loma area. And they are utilized over there for flood control. So it was a kind of an interesting technique, I think, when we did that. And I haven't heard anything, you know, are they still successful or not? But that area, you might remember, has no sidewalks, curb, or gutter to speak of. So when it rains over there, it's really a mess. So I thought it was kind of an innovative solution that our manager put forward. So, and then I had a question, Brenda, on Aqua. And, you know, I'm sorry, you may have already reported out on the Region 9 event. You might have reported that at our last meeting.
Yes.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, we did a report on that last meeting and talked about the speakers. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then just for me, for just one comment, especially after reading our, updating of our ordinance of our different codes for our board, I want to make sure that I'm not neglecting reporting out when I go to something. So on July 7th, I went to the Eastville Chamber Breakfast, and along with Michael Hadley, and we gave a very well-received presentation on Western in general, the drought, and then of course, wrapping it up with the good news of solve the water crisis. And it was super well-received. You can tell this is like all new information for people as far as learning really about the drought. And then of course, solve the water crisis is brand new information, but one of their mayor pro tem was there, and he raised his hand during Q&A and said, "Oh, can we get this presentation for city council?" And Michael and I were just kind of grinning. We're like, "We're already on your schedule for July 27th. So
Very good.
he was happy about that. So just wanted to let you know that I attended that, and that's the second chamber breakfast for them I've been able to go to, and I will plan to make them always a regular event that I attend. Very engaged businesses, and a lot of really small ones, and then a few a bit larger, but they're pretty much what I would call smaller businesses, that at least from what I've seen. So just wanted to share that, and that's it for me.
Okay, great, thank you. Director Torres, any director comments today?
No comments today.
Okay, thank you. I was able to attend my chamber breakfast down in the Marietta neck of the woods, so that's always good. The Marietta Wildemar Chamber breakfast is always well attended, and they always like to hear about water issues and things that we've got coming up. We also have their awards gala that's coming up, so I'll provide the date here at the next meeting. I believe it's in September this year. I think we've moved it back a couple of weeks. It's usually in August, but I think they didn't have availability at the venue, so I think they had to change the date. So I will confirm that and bring that to the next meeting. So if you are interested in attending that and seeing our business awards and our outstanding volunteers and citizens of the year and a variety of different things. So those are always good to recognize those folks that do so much good for the communities. And then I also was able to attend on that very same day. I had to split my time and got to go down with Sarah, and we attended the Women in Water education program. So that was nice to see all those ladies. It was the first one that we attended in person in over 2 years. So it was nice to see everybody and get to talk about important topics and kind of meet and greet everybody and not see them on Zoom for a change. So very nice. And thank you, Sarah, for accompanying me to that. So appreciate that. All right, moving right along, we'll go on to future.
Madam President,
Yes.
if I might, I neglected to mention the Greater Riverside Chamber of Commerce Good Morning Riverside meeting, which I did attend. It was pretty interesting. The guest speaker was Mark Ghilarducci, who is the Secretary of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. I know Mark from our time together on the State Seismic Safety Commission. He indicated that OES does have some funding for emergency repairs, which could be of some value to us potentially at some point if somebody drills through our great big pipeline again or something. And he
Knock on wood when you say that, geez.
And he did offer any other OES services that would be helpful to Western and gave me his new personal cell phone number.
Oh, very good. Great.
So if the world falls apart, let me know and I'll
Oh,
call
no, we don't
Secretary
want that.
Ghilarducci and he'll fix it.
Oh, we don't want that.
The big part of his presentation was on wildfire though.
Okay. Well, and we certainly hope that that doesn't grace our presence in our service territory or anywhere else on the Inland Empire. So we'd like to keep that as far out of here as we can. Okay, moving on to future requests for agenda items from any director. Now is the time.
This is Laura. I do have, I think it was a meeting or two back that I asked about some information on kind of the ag industry in general. And I want to thank staff for sending me, they sent me a list of like different folks related to that industry that I could reach out to and look up their websites. And that's awesome. And I totally appreciate it. Also mentioned was Grow Riverside, which I have been involved with that in past years. Today, as I was listening to the gentleman from Met talk about the basically in the last 20 years, how they've managed, you know, and up until the last few, Lake Mead was looking pretty good. It seemed like they had a handle on things. And one of their strategies is basically to pay growers not to grow. He also mentioned that there's some conservation efforts that they can use to hopefully grow the same amount of food with less water. I understood that, but this having them fallow their fields, I understand it. If the water isn't there, the water isn't there. But the more I hear about ag being affected, whether it's in Southern California, the Central Valley, Northern California, it really concerns me because the less that's being grown, the less food supply there is. And I'm just hearing rumblings about food shortages here and there, nothing, I haven't seen any big, gloom and doom too much about it, but there'll become a breaking point, in my opinion, if this drought continues, to where it is going to have a real effect on the food that we're growing here in California. As you guys know, is one of the huge, I forget what the percentage is that we provide even for the rest of the United States. And I know we export some as well. So I'm just throwing it out there. If there are conversations that are taking place, or a particular group that is working on that concern, I would love to hear about it, and or maybe have a presentation at a board meeting about that issue. It really stuck with me in my application process for this vacancy, that one of the things that was brought up, and I want to say it was from someone from Lake Elsinore Valley Water, they said, no one's talking about ag. And that has not left me. And I remember then, making some comments about in response to what that person had asked about, but it's just so important. And I know, obviously residential drinking water is important, groundwater, it's all important, but I really am having a worry for ag. And hopefully I'm just, worrying like I do about things, but that's that. I'll just leave it at that. So thank you for anything you can push my way or push the board's way as far as information on that.
Okay. Nope, and those are discussions certainly that I've had with staff, and certainly discussions that we've had at Met. So we'll try to see if there's some additional information, because you're right, it kind of doesn't make sense how we need to have a certain financial model to run the Met animal, right? And yet we're paying people not to take our product. So I've asked that question, and we're still, it's a long answer. So we'll see if we can't provide more context to that as we move forward. Okay?
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Seeing nobody else, we have informational items for you to peruse at your leisure. Attached to the board packet, we do have closed session today that we are going into. I assume Brad is going to be on Zoom today. Is that correct?
And he is on the Zoom currently.
Okay, perfect. So, legal counsel, did you want to call out what we are going into closed session on, whether that be legal counsel at the dais or Mr. Neufeld, who is on the Zoom?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Real briefly, the board will be going into closed session to discuss a performance evaluation of our general manager, as well as labor negotiations. And as the president has indicated, those will be handled by Mr. Neufeld. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move into closed session. For those folks joining us on Zoom today, we'll need probably 5, 6, 7 minutes to transition you over and move into the closed session room, and then we'll go ahead and start off with that closed session. So if you could, the board members on Zoom, if you could be there and joining us in about 6 minutes, we should be able to get that started because our day's running a little bit long. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. If you stuck it out with us for the closed session, we do appreciate that. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order out of closed session. Madam Secretary, could you go ahead and take roll for the board members that are present?
Yes, thank you. Director Roten.
I'm here.
Thank you, Director Rizvi.
I'm here.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Gardner.
I am here.
Thank you, Director Denstedt.
I am present.
Director Denstedt, you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll go ahead and report on the two items that we had in closed session. On closed session, conference with legal counsel with, as to item 11A on our agenda, there is no reportable action. And on agenda item B, under 11B, there is also no reportable action. At this time, Mr. Manager, do we have anything left on our agenda today to tackle, or have we concluded our business for the day?
We are concluded. It was a long day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and call the meeting adjourned, folks. Thanks for your attendance.